very much. We have a new agenda, I had to come up yet, I must be photocopying it. But I'll just call out the items as we get there. I love it. We all support, in our own way, we do all support the library. Okay, we're gonna start with new business. And we're gonna talk about, Beth has had to resign. The job is very intense, and there's a lot to, and her life is busy too, so, you know, she's done a great job, and I wanna thank you, Beth, okay?
Thank you, Beth.
Okay, now, what we have to do is we have an opening, and we have to move to, vote a new trustee and a secretary. A new secretary. Yeah, no, I'm saying it has to be a trustee.
Okay, yeah, we're not voting a new trustee.
No, we're, to vote a new, no, yeah, a new trustee,
Sorry.
yeah. No, thank you for the correction, yes, okay. So, I guess I'm going to open the floor to nominations, not that floor, the board.
So, who wants it?
Do I have any volunteers, yes?
I'd like to make a motion, because it's a large job, that Maura and Christine share the position, because it is a big job with how many meetings and how long they are taking. In the state, you know, for their sanity, it would be great to have two people split that position.
Ladies, I don't know.
I already
I
declined it
declined.
before.
Yeah, they both,
So,
okay.
declined
Okay.
it the first time. I mean, you're busy, I'm busy. That's why I declined it the first time.
Madam Chair, I think that we need to talk about hiring the service.
You know what, I do wanna mention that we already have agreed, and we will be hiring, because we've already, voted for the position of having a recording secretary.
Well, we need to vote more
And the only
money.
reason we don't have one now is that she resigned, but we will be replacing that right away, okay?
Yep.
Great point, Nancy, thank you. Okay, yes,
Point of order,
yes,
we'll need we'll need to, put more money toward that position.
okay, yes.
Because the money for that position
yes.
has run out.
Yeah, I feel that would be money well spent. We need, yes,
Sorry, we have it in our bylaws that we have a secretary, so I'm just wondering, does that put us in some kind of an issue? I don't know.
Well, we need to have one still.
well, we need to have one, yeah, that's the problem.
Right,
need to
we have a professional secretary, but do we need to have a board secretary?
A board member, yes. The board member is actually responsible for running the job, but the professional secretary can do all of that.
Right.
The stenography and all the transcription and
Okay.
everything. Okay, yes.
I'm wondering then if they would consider that, if they would consider being the position on record, but not the one, taking the notes unless we need it for non-public, et cetera.
I cannot, because after we did org day, I took on other commitments, so it's just not possible for me.
Yeah, and I don't think
No,
Christine,
No,
she's, yeah,
I already said last time when I was asked to,
yes.
for nomination, I said I couldn't, so.
Even though that you wouldn't be scribing the like the actual minutes, you'd just
Correct.
be doing.
Well,
I mean, for that matter, if there's gonna be another secretary that's doing, or if we're paying someone, then you could always just keep the position.
Yeah. It looks like I will have to do that because this is a responsibility.
Beth, are you willing to do that?
I was willing to let someone else take it on for a bit because I've already done about a year's worth of work in 3 months, but it
I'd
looks
like
like
to
I'm going to
nominate
need
Beth
to do that.
Morocco as being the secretary.
Yeah. We're gonna, are we gonna have a board service for this meeting or?
that would be my next comment, was someone will have to take notes.
Yes,
for the meeting.
we're recording it, we'll get it, we'll figure out, we'll somehow
I
one
can
of us
do
will.
I'll do the minutes for this one, that's
Thank
fine.
you. She'll take care of it for this minute, you won't, okay? And we're gonna, right away, I'll work with you, Beth, and we'll find someone, okay? I have a motion.
That's a second. Oh, Nancy second.
Okay, Nancy second.
Any other
Show,
discussion?
any other,
This is,
yes,
what is the motion?
Huh?
Making a motion
yeah,
for Beth. Is that
Oh.
the motion?
yeah, that was the
Okay.
motion.
I wasn't sure what the motion
Yes,
was.
yeah, yes, and we had a second, and now I'm saying, asking if there's any other people, you know,
I
yes.
just want to clarify, is the motion that Beth will continue as secretary, but we will look for another service to be
Yes,
the supporting
absolutely,
secretary to lighten the load?
Beth will be the secretary, and she'll be responsible for getting working with the transcriber to make sure that the transcriber gets everything in on time and working with her, okay?
And Christine is doing the minutes for today.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna take a vote if no one else wants to volunteer, okay? Can we start, Christine, at that end?
Sure. Aye, Christine Fitzgerald.
Laura Ryan, aye.
Jan McLaughlin, aye.
Liz Thomas, aye.
Helen Palmieri, aye.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Beth Moraco, yes.
Well, Beth, congratulations, welcome back. And, we will make this work, you know?
Sure.
Okay,
I'm keeping really close track
yes,
of
Good.
motions and
Yeah.
seconds.
Yes.
Just one.
okay, well, that was much easier than I thought it would be, okay? So the next thing on the agenda is the moving of the trustees' bank account and my mitigation plan. We talked about it last month, and we were requested by Erin to present a mitigation plan, and we were asked to, present who we chose, What happened was, we talked to the town manager, finance manager, and as a result of our experiences of working with the bank and them not working with our treasurer, who had identified herself and had records showing that she was the treasurer, and they said they couldn't show in her any records. And also the fact that she was writing checks, thousands of dollars of checks for the books and stuff, and they never even checked her name to see if it was on the signers list. And the paperwork had fallen through the cracks, it had been done, but fallen through the cracks. So we were very concerned. So we went to the town, expressed our concern. They said, you have to do something. And in fact, I was like amazed. Just about overnight, because of our experience, they also left and took, like we have $80,000 approximately in all of our accounts for the library. The town had millions, and they moved it all, okay? And all it took was for the finance director to choose a bank, go to the town council, present the problem of why we don't have confidence in that bank anymore, and ask the town council to give him permission to go to the bank of his choice, and they did give it to him. It was like a 5-minute process. So I think do we wanna have open discussion right now? I know we've had a lot of discussion about it, but people might have, on the board might still have concerns or questions. Do you wanna present first?
No, I'd just like to make a motion.
Oh, yes, okay.
That, I propose that, we move our accounts, both the trustee and the book account, from Citizens Bank to St. Mary's Bank. The move to take place within the next 2 weeks. That's it.
Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
More seconds? Okay, can we
Discussion.
Yes,
So,
discussion.
I do have some questions. So, when I went out to those links, my links in the agenda actually didn't work. So I actually went out to the St. Mary's Bank, and I didn't actually get all of my questions answered.
Okay.
So Jan, maybe you can answer some of my questions. So, I wanted to ask you just a little bit about security. So I don't have to tell you or anybody in this room that bank fraud and bank security is a huge issue. So, can you share with us a little bit about what St. Mary's does to protect its customers from fraud?
They check, first from the standpoint of the checks. They check when a check is brought, that has been drawn on their account. A screen shows up with the signer's signatures to be checked off against it. So that's one point. The second point is that they have a whole anti-fraud group whose whole thing is to look through any transactions that seem iffy and to contact the folks involved with the account. As far as what what's the word? Firewall. I wasn't able to get any bank to tell me the firewall that they use because that kind of would give the information away. I have my own personal account there. I have for a number of years, and I haven't had any problem with. I have had them call me, even when I've been on the other side of the country, to say, "Hey, we've noticed something in your account. could you take care of this, or is this you? If it's not you, let us know. They also have a two-part, for anything that's done online for viewing the accounts or anything, there's a two-part, authentication, system that, you may choose what the parts are.
Yep.
But they have that as well, and they recommend that you change your, password and, on a regular basis, which is, similar to the other bank as well. They have banks accounts at TD as well, and, those are very similar there. The big difference was the fees, between TD Bank and St. Mary's. The town went to TD Bank, but my understanding is the reason they chose TD Bank was their portfolio of investments for the town, because they do some investments before they do in addition to the regular check.
Thank you for that. Chair will indulge me, I do have some other questions. So, if a check is presented and it's not valid, then what does that process look like? Did you say that they call you?
They would call whoever the people are on the account.
Okay.
So what they would do is they would tell the person that they can't check it, or they can't cash it at this time.
Yep.
And they would just put a hold on it, and then they would call whoever the contact people are for their account.
So, in the unlikely event that our account is hacked, and our money is stolen, so do you happen to know what the process is like to get that money back? I know that it varies from different banks have different timelines. Some banks replace all of the money, other banks do not replace all of the money.
In the past, with St. Mary's, what they have done when I've had any question about a transaction that has occurred, they keep the post of that transaction. They put the amount of money back in my account for that transaction, and then they have a team that investigates it.
So
And then you get
does that vary from a personal account to a business account?
No,
Okay.
that's the same.
Okay.
You just have to notify them, which
Okay.
means that you have to, be doing the accounts. And you can get paper as well as online statements at the same time.
Okay, good. So if we ever need a hard copy of a check, because most banks don't send you checks back anymore, what, is there an expense involved with that, and if so, what is it?
They provide a copy of them.
Okay, with each statement? Okay, cool. And if we ever needed to stop payment on a check, what is that process like?
You call them for a stop payment, you pay the fee, and they stop the
So we
check.
do have to pay the fee.
There is a fee.
And what is the
Sometimes
fee?
they can waive it.
Yeah.
And one of the advantages of going with St. Mary's is there's someone at the local office we can talk to all the time.
That's a good thing.
So,
Do you know what that fee is?
I think it's $35.
Okay, perfect. And if we move forward with online banking, I'm assuming we're going to be able to pay our bills from this account?
We can do that. We can pay our bills from that account, or we can continue to write checks and use the online portion to be able to check the account balances and make sure there's not any fraud or whatever that's happening from our standpoint. So we can do it either way.
Okay, very good.
We could do it both ways.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for doing this, coming up with those, important questions. Yes, Dawn.
I just have a couple questions from the migration process standpoint. So I noticed your note that you were considering a third account, or creating a third account
Yes.
to put like fines and copy money into.
Yes.
So that money already goes into the book account. It's a non-lapsing account that is separate
I know.
from the town already. And what's nice about it for us is that it just goes right into money that can be spent for materials. And I assume in a third account that you would be looking at the board approving everything that's spent out of it. Is that correct?
No, actually, the RSAs are specific as to what needs to happen for the fines, and it says it has to be in a separate. When we get to the actual account number. Accounts.
it's an RSA that we just haven't followed.
No, we have followed it. The book account is the non-lapsing separate account, is what I'm saying. Like, you're already following it by putting it in the book account.
I don't know that that's actually, I mean, I understand what you're saying.
It's right here, if you'd like me to read it out. What number? So for these additional funds under two.
No, I want the number, please,
Yeah.
first.
Okay, section 202-A:11-A.
That's what I was just at, okay.
Thank you so much.
And then 11-B deals with procedure for adoption.
Mm-hmm. And that is correct, except it says all monies received from the library's income-generating equipment shall be retained by the library in a non-lapsing fund and used for general repairs and upgrading and for the purchase of books, supplies, and income-generating equipment. If approved by the city, town, that's that 11A. And the 11B is how they adopt that, but we've already got permission from the town to have the different accounts.
So Jan, why do you think that's different than what Dawn was just saying?
Because it should be a separate account for the fines. It's also here, hold on this one, for the fines. Ballot.
It's basically putting, the source money goes into different buckets.
Right.
Okay? You still get access to them, it's just for accounting purposes, it just
Right.
puts it in different buckets is what it does.
I mean, one of the comments was by the town or something, well, we can then use those monies. No, you can't use those monies because they're still library funds. So the library still uses the library funds. And they can be spent for books or for whatever other income generating, like when we needed the new copy machine, to replace the copy machine that actually could make copies and can generate income. Some of the money that was in that account could actually pay for that. So copies that have been used for the last whatever number of years could help pay for the copy machine that's going to generate income to pay for the copy machine.
And again, if your concern is that you would have less access to funds, you wouldn't, okay? It's just, it would be coming from a different draw, that's all.
But it is a third account that you now have to account for. So it's creating more work just by existing. And the RSA is clear that you can spend it on books and that's how it's being spent. So I don't really see why you would create more work for yourself and us.
Okay, well, I guess at this point, if there's no more discussion, we're gonna call.
I have more questions, sorry.
Go ahead.
So during the migration process, I wanted to know, we've already been not ordering because of the end of the fiscal year transition. So we've been not ordering anything for about a month and a half already. I'm concerned about making that longer by this process. So I wondered if the board is open to us going back to ordering once we're done with the transition for the fiscal year, but ordering through the town. So essentially we would account for anything spent through the town when we go to request our portion of the book budget when we get our new accounts. So it would help us in the transition where we wouldn't have to wait any longer and make patrons wait longer for the things they've asked for.
No, I don't think that's appropriate, go ahead.
Well, as soon as the money is moved or any portion of the money is moved, we can draw on the account.
But you have to order checks, like we can't do anything until you have checks in hand to pay
Well,
them.
if you are paying, if you do any online bill payment, and you could do it through online bill payment.
We don't do any online bill payment.
Well,
We do
we could be
checks.
doing online bill payment as Nancy Hendricks had suggested.
I didn't suggest, I just asked.
Well, we could do online bill paying, but we also, since the checks that are currently generated are generated through the online program that's being used, QuickBooks or whatever.
So
generates
we
No,
do
I'm
use Quicken,
sorry.
but we have ordered these sheets that come with all the bank information on them, and then when you feed them through Quicken, it just adds the check information. So these have to be ordered and received before we can do anything.
Okay, so we can use the accounts that they give us. You understand we have 30 days after a bill is, they send us a bill for us to pay that bill.
I understand.
Okay, so there's no reason that checks usually can come in less than 2 weeks.
So you're okay with us starting to place regular orders again on our normal timetable? Without,
Once we have approval to move the accounts, yes.
okay.
Helen?
Can I make an amendment to Jan's motion?
Sure.
So I'd like to make an amendment that we move the accounts, but keeping the 2 accounts, not adding a 3rd account at this time, without further discussion. I wanna move the process along, I
Yes,
want them to
yeah.
be able to have access to their money and be able to do their ordering they need to do
Yeah.
at the end of the fiscal year, so that's just like to make that amendment to the motion.
I would
That
second
we go
it.
ahead and move the money to St. Mary's Bank with the 2 accounts, the bank,
And
the
you
book
second
account.
it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Donna, I'll give you one more money.
I have 2 more questions. So there are purchases that are involved in switching accounts. So between ordering these 3-part vouchers that I just showed you, we also have to order deposit slips, and you also have to pay the $5 membership fee.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that money coming from?
We can get the $5 membership fee from the trustees account. It's one $5
Okay.
membership fee for the town of Londonderry Leech Library account. It's not for each account.
No, I understand, but I think that should be part of your motion so that it's clear where the money's coming from. And then where are we ordering the other things with office supply line, or is the trustees account paying for that
I
too?
think however you've ordered them in the past, you order them
The
that way.
process is not gonna change. I mean, we haven't had to give you money to buy those checks, you've already had a process to do so. Nothing's gonna change basically except the bank's gonna change, okay, which is very important. The other thing is that, you know, I understand that you're concerned with learning a new process, but, you know, bottom line is, the town has lost confidence in this bank, and we, as trustees, have lost confidence in the bank. So there shouldn't even be a discussion at this point of, you know, maybe we shouldn't.
I'm not questioning that. That was not part of my questions.
Okay,
My last question is whether the director will stay on the account as an administrator to be able to oversee the changing of the trustees that are on the account.
I don't think so, wouldn't you?
no, I
No.
don't think so, no.
Because if they're on as the there is no such thing as having somebody on as an administrator. If they're on as a signatory for the account, and it's inappropriate to have the folks that work in the library be signatories on accounts that are controlled by trustees.
I would actually really question that because I am on an account, actually I'm on several accounts for people in my family as loved ones. And I'm on the account, but I am not a signator. So I would really challenge that and let's get some information and some detail
Well-
on that. Cause I beg your pardon,
Go ahead,
let me
I'm
finish
sorry,
my train
yeah.
of thought. Because I think that we can have people on accounts, they don't necessarily have to sign on them. And I would actually find that surprising if St. Mary's Bank required that.
Or are you talking about a trust account?
I am talking about a trust
Okay.
account.
This is a
And I'm
different.
talking about trust accounts and I'm talking about checking accounts and savings
Okay,
accounts.
well, on a trust account, or a checking and saving account that is part of a trust account,
Yeah.
like all of my accounts are closed. Yes, you can have a trustee be.
I'm not a trustee, I'm just a name on an account, and I'm not a signator. So I would like to get to the bottom of that.
Okay.
Well, okay, I wanna make a point.
I mean, I don't,
No,
I'm
go ahead.
happy to move our accounts.
Yeah.
I just wanna get some clarity on that.
I don't wanna wait any longer.
I
Okay.
understand, I
And
just
the
wanna
other
get
thing
clarity
is,
on that.
this is the trustees' money. We're not talking about the $1.6 million budget that the library has.
Right.
We're talking about less than $80,000 that belongs to the trustees.
No, I understand.
So to have constant
Trustees.
discussion, and you know, this has gone through a couple of versions that we've talked about this, it's time to do it.
That's what you've stated.
I think
I
we
would-
should I need to call.
I would be happy to find out the information.
Thank you, I would appreciate that. So there's an amendment on the floor, we need to vote on her amendment first.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no,
Mhm.
okay, yes.
So, my motion was to move to amend Jan's, motion, but just to say that we have the 2 accounts moving
Mhm.
forward, not the 3rd account that was possibly discussed.
Okay.
we have a second on that?
Nancy.
Nancy, okay, good. My discussion is, I think it's a great idea because, you know, we can open a third account later on. We don't need to rush into everything. We just wanna move the money to where we feel is more safe and secure. Yes, Donna?
I just wanted to correct that what you stated about the money is not the case because you are taking taxpayer money from the town into the book account. So there is a portion of the book account money that does belong from taxpayer raised funds. So it's not just donated money or grant money that the board is overseeing.
It's money that we oversee.
Yes, that's
Yes,
basically,
but I
we
want to
are
be
the
clear that there
overseer.
is a portion of taxpayer money in it.
It's all
Yes.
gonna go to the library at some point anyway.
Yeah,
Okay, let's make sure we're recognized.
we have, okay. I would like to call the vote at this time, please, okay? Roll call.
Amendment first.
We haven't, I thought it was.
We have to vote on the amendment.
Oh,
We
okay,
haven't
vote
voted
on
on
it.
that yet.
Thank you very much, yes. Okay, that's what we're voting on. Roll call, please.
Hi, Beth Marco.
Hi, Nancy Hendricks.
I, Helen Palmieri.
I, Liz Thomas.
Aye, Jim McLaughlin.
I'm Maura Ryan.
I, Christine Fitzgerald.
Okay,
And then we vote on.
now we have to vote on.
Motion.
Change the
The
motion.
motion as amended.
Yes,
So
yeah,
we're talking
as
about
amended.
moving the trustee and book accounts to citizens, from citizens to St. Mary's Bank.
And maintaining the two accounts that we
Yeah,
have.
well, the trustee and
Yeah.
the book account.
Yes, yeah. Done?
Can you please specify where the $5 membership fee was coming from in the motion?
Sure, with a $5 membership fee coming from the trustee account.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to take a vote on that one? Okay, let's go this way now.
I'm still
Christine?
writing, go ahead.
Oh,
I'm still
you-
writing, so I
okay,
don't
sorry.
forget.
Oh, that's right, you're doing 9 minutes. Beth again.
Hi, Beth Marco.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
I, Helen Palmieri.
Liz Thomas, aye.
Jan McLaughlin, aye.
I'm Maura Ryan.
I, Christine Fitzgerald.
There we go. Thank you very much. Okay, moving right along.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
did I hear you say you were coming down with an amended agenda?
did that get brought down
I
at all?
haven't seen it because, I'm sure it was just an oversight on the
Oh,
part
one
of
minute,
it,
one minute.
but I want,
Good, they have an answer right there.
okay. I wanted to ask her.
on that?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you want me to go check and see if
Yeah.
Megan,
So I was given the copy of the amendment to bring down. I thought it was for the public. I didn't realize this board didn't
Oh,
have
it's
some.
down here
It
then.
is down here. I
grab
can.
some
Okay,
and
we'll
just
there's
double
four
check.
copies right now. for
I
the-
apologize. I didn't
It'll be
realize.
Thank you.
Amendment buffet, which one is it?
Just the agenda.
Amanda, just
Agenda.
the agenda.
Point of order?
I have a point of order.
Yes, I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, according to the bylaws, the public session, public comment is supposed to happen before you start the new business.
Thank you.
Is that not true?
You're questioning, I'm sorry, because I was interrupted, she passed by. Could you repeat that one more time?
Bylaws state that public comment will be at the beginning of the meeting prior to any of the other business. Should
Okay.
be right after the
Tell you where it is.
non-public session, if you have such a session.
Okay,
We're in
I will address
Please,
that,
right now.
okay? First of all, we go by Robert's rules,
I'm sorry,
okay?
can we get name and address on
Oh,
that?
yes, I'm sorry, sir.
David Gintz, 4 Darrow.
For what?
4 Darrow Way,
And could you spell your last name, please?
Gintz.
Thank you.
I understand Robert's rules applies, but that applies after bylaws, or in addition to the bylaws.
Go ahead, Mary.
You're talking about Article 1.2, Article 3, which deals with meeting, and then Section 1.2, where it lists the, a sample, agenda. It also says, in a sequence shown so far as circumstances will permit, and so far as circumstances will permit, the chair controls the agenda. So the chair can change the agenda based on the number of items that we have to accomplish. So that's my
Okay,
understanding.
I understand that. I think that you're not doing the public a service by this.
Okay.
Thank you, sir,
Point of
for
order.
your,
Yeah.
okay,
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I actually happen to agree with that, and, we historically now, for several months, have had non-public at the beginning and at the end, and so I would like to make public comment, sorry. We've had public comment at the beginning and the end, and I would actually like to make a motion that we have public comment, because I'm gathering that the public is here and they would like to speak, so that's my motion.
okay,
second.
go right ahead.
Are you saying having public comment now?
discussion,
Correct.
my discussion was gonna be, we do not have time. We finally have gotten at least a couple of votes. We've got more done tonight, right this moment, than probably we've done in most weeks of coming, you know. So, that's my opinion, but, so, are you seconding?
I did already,
Okay,
but I
great,
just wanna
yes.
add to the discussion. I think hearing from the public is part of our
Okay.
job,
Wait,
so.
Could we get the motion listed and who's this, you're
I
proposing?
Yes,
and
the
Nancy
motion
and
is
I-
second.
And so she's discussing.
Yeah,
Yes.
so, we do have several items of the agenda that are not imperative, they were elected to be, like, somebody made the choice to put them on, but I don't think we take away this component. This is part of our duty, is to hear the public. We serve the public, we've been elected by the public, and, you know, we could go through several of these things on the agenda and say, is it critical that we talk about it today?
I
No.
think I understand your point, you've made your point. Jan?
Well, I agree with, Beth, and Nancy, that, we certainly can add that in and we can talk about public comment. I think based on the disorder that happened during the last meeting, starting with public comment to begin with, and having people clapping all through the meeting and having people not leave when they were being disrespectful to the chair, etc. I think it's reasonable to say that we're going to have a more controlled situation, which means we're going to go through this portion. We still have public comment. If we get through things as rapidly as we're doing, we have probably lots of time at the end. It just means people have to stay for the whole meeting.
I think I'd like to call the, okay, I wanna call the member public.
Question.
The motion. Beth,
I vote to have public comment.
so you vote nay?
No, suppose.
I mean,
Vote
fine,
yes.
yay, yay.
I vote for public comment, so
Okay.
my answer is yes.
I'm torn, but I will vote yes for public comment.
I vote no.
Chair McLaughlin, no.
Maura Ryan, no.
Christine Fitzgerald, no. I'll support the, chair's decision on it, since it's per Robert's rules.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on now. The next thing we wanna talk about is number 3, renting a P.O. box for the trustees. Right now, we've had trouble accessing, not due to the library, due to the bank, accessing our accounts and getting reports from them. And so what we wanna do is put the trustees as the owner of the account and get it to our own P.O. box at the library, at the post office. And that way our financials will go directly there.
And we can make a copy to give to the
Oh, absolutely,
library.
yeah. So, does anyone want to make a motion?
So may I ask some questions?
Yes.
So is there a cost for that?
Yes, I did, I'm sorry, there's a, I actually printed out,
No, that's it. It wasn't part of the agenda, however.
While you're looking for that, may
Yeah.
I just pass, I
Yeah,
have some
go ahead.
additional information or some discussion. In addition to the information about the accounts, it would also allow for people to contact the trustees directly, for concerns, et cetera. Sometimes when things come here, we don't always necessarily get, it forwarded up the other way. So that way we would have a way that people could directly contact the trustees, by having a separate address.
This is, we're working on the
Mhm.
question first, okay?
Mhm.
This is the cost, okay? There's 3 different sizes, and I actually, if you want me to, I'll pull out, because I do have little copies for people. But, basically, there's 4 sizes, an extra small, and, 3 sizes, small and a large. For 3 months, an extra small would be $55. The small would be $96, and the large would be $192.
3 months?
No, for 3 months. For 3 months. 12 months. I'll go to the 12 month. Okay.
Mhm.
The 12 month for the extra small is $125 for the year, and for the small it's $218, and for the large it would be $436. And it would obviously, we would make the amendment to come right out of the trustees' funds to pay for that.
Yeah, why? So for my sake, for discussion, I mean, when we are, so strapped for every dollar that we have, and we make every effort to fundraise when we can, I just don't see the logic in spending money, that we work so hard to gather, on a means to gather mail when we get our mail here. So has anybody here ever had any trouble getting mail? I mean, I've never had any trouble getting.
Yeah.
May I finish my statement, please? Thank you. So, I don't understand why we would just haphazardly spend money on a post office box. Is it going to be just for the bank? And just for us? I mean,
We can do it for other
Madam
things
Chair,
too.
may I ask our experts here if we've ever had trouble getting mail?
No, but I do have an alternative option for you, just to put it out there. The town hall's address is 268B, so it would be a separate address, and they have a locked mailroom, so you could ask to see if you could get a box there. That would be free.
Would
The
be
li-
no charge?
The library already has one for our stuff, but it's in a locked room. You could. I would just propose, if you're going to do that, that would be another avenue, because they do have that room, and it would be a separate address, which seems like is what your primary goal is.
I mean, if that's
I
the
love
goal,
that idea.
yes,
Thank you.
right. I
Thank
mean,
you for sharing that.
Perfect. That way
I
we
would
can
like to
spend
see,
money.
only because I wanna get things moving, I wanna get, things resolved. I would like to see a motion saying that should be our first avenue,
I would make that motion.
And then
Right there.
but if that is not allowed, then we would go to the United States
She's
Post
already
Office.
said it's allowed, right?
Well, the library already has a box there, but we could just see if that was something. We only get one thing there.
Is that
It was a
not
don't.
good for you?
No,
As the treasurer?
it's fine.
Okay.
I just wanted to add to the
We
discussion.
just have Donna
Yes.
first, Donna's been waiting a while.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yes, Donna.
So I just wanted to be clear, even if you do go the route of having the town box, that if the bank statements are going to you directly, the staff can no longer assist you with the treasurer's report, the reconciliations. There will be no second pair of eyes on anything.
There can be a second pair of eyes.
Not the way there is right now. You would have to write the report originally, where right now we are writing the report originally.
All we would have to do is
And-
bring the statement to you folks, so that is a copy of the statement, we have a copy of the statement.
Yes, I understand. But by receiving it directly, you are taking responsibility for doing it initially.
So wait a minute, I just wanna be clear. So they're no longer going to get statements at all?
Correct.
They'll come to us.
That's a horse of a different color.
They'll come to us.
That's a horse of a different color.
They'll get the statements. The
But
statements.
we'll see
When?
the statements.
We'll see the statements.
We'll see them first, and then they will
Why
get
are
the
we,
statement.
why are we subverting the library? I don't get that.
We're not subverting the
It looks that way to me.
Okay,
I'm
By
just
law.
I'm just asking.
no, that's why I'm asking.
Thank you.
Okay, by law, we are the overseer
Right,
of all
correct.
the property and all the money and
Yes,
everything,
I'm aware of
okay?
that.
And so we're overseeing and then giving it to the, to the library. Can I please finish first? Yeah,
I'm not
thanks.
interrupting you.
Okay, I know your hands up constantly. Anyway. Okay, all right. Anyway, that's basically with the overseer. We should be controlling we should not have to ask permission of the library to see our account, balances and stuff. That's what I'm saying. Okay, now John.
You are not doing that because Jan just said that you now have online access to the banks. So you have everything you need directly. So I don't understand. We have never not handed over your bank statements. You're not missing anything. We have emailed Jan every time a bank statement is put in her mailbox.
Jan?
Yes, I do get an email, but
Yes.
I also don't get it as soon as you have received it.
Because the staff is the one writing the reports for you. So if you start receiving it first, you are taking responsibility for those.
You're right. The problem is that we do not always get things up or down. We don't always get things that come into the library about concerns people have that is going on. They don't always come up to us because we don't have a separate.
If anyone wrote anything directly to the trustees, we would not open it. We would put it directly into the chair's mailbox.
There have been comments about things that have gone on at the library that people have then called us to say we didn't respond to our letter, that we had never gotten the letter. So I'm just saying that if there's a way for people to contact us directly, then
That's
we should
a
have.
whole, I beg your pardon for interrupting you, but that is a completely separate issue than money management.
Right.
Correct. So, I mean, I've been on this board for a year and a half and nobody has ever said to me, I've not been able to get a hold of you. So I'm sorry if someone has said that to you, but sending someone individually a letter as a trustee as opposed to having access to our financials are two completely separate issues.
So you're suggesting that the trustees should not have access to their financials?
I'm suggesting that, no, I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm suggesting that it's the bank and us and our library. Why wouldn't we want access to our financials?
Just because they came to us, the paper statement came to us, doesn't mean the library will
And
give
vice
them.
versa. Just because it comes to us or to the library doesn't mean that it's getting to you. I just think this feels wishy-washy.
Helen?
I don't know if a motion is necessary for this question, but wondering if we could possibly table part of this and reach out to other Gmail's libraries and find out what their policies are regarding this, so we can see, do other libraries have separate PO boxes for their banking, or do their things come to libraries?
I think that's a great idea.
Well, I think we would prefer to use an attorney or someone to find that out, I'm sorry, this is a meeting, it's not a place for amusement, okay?
I don't think that there would be an issue with reaching out to other trustees, other chair people. I already did about alternates. I'm going to share some information later. I have no reason not to trust that it's truthful and find out what other library trustees are doing so that we don't become an island.
I agree.
You want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that I will reach out to, or the chair, or in my role as vice chair, I'll reach out to at least 5 other libraries and find out what their way they handle financials in terms of their bank statements. Do they come directly to the bank, or from the bank to the library, or do they go to a separate PO box?
I would second that.
Should we take a roll call? We ready for a vote?
Hi, Beth Maraca.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Helen Palmieri, yes.
Ms. Thomas? No.
Jan McLaughlin, yes.
Maura Ryan, yes. Christine Fitzgerald, yes.
Okay. Vote passes. Okay, so, are we looking at
We'll come back to the trustees.
next
Yes.
I can help you with that, I
Okay.
can call the people in Bedford,
Okay, thank you.
and I can call the people in Amherst, cause I
Okay.
know them too.
Thanks.
Donna?
Is someone also reaching out to the town regarding the box at the town?
Yes.
I'll reach out.
Jan's gonna, yep.
Actually,
Yes.
why don't we make it official and we will make a motion that Jan will reach out to the town, and if they have a box available to us, we can pursue it.
I think I'd rather hear from everybody else before we go down that road, quite frankly.
Well, I don't want her acting on her own without.
Well, we're all gonna kind of be acting on our own.
Well, I mean, I think it's fine, I think it is a good idea to have a box elsewhere.
I don't mind that either, but I think I'd like to know what other libraries are doing in terms of the banking.
Right, I'm saying
Yeah.
separate from the bank.
No,
Okay.
I thought we
Separate
already resolved the issue of the box. I
We
thought
did.
that we said if the town would provide it, we'll go ahead and use their box and
We
they'll be
didn't vote on
Yeah, I
it.
did think about it,
Okay.
but
Change my mind.
We should probably do that then, yes, Jen.
If the town does agree that they can, I would assume that that would get added to the MOA items that they could,
That you're working on.
right, no matter
Yeah.
how we use that account, I
Yeah.
assume we wouldn't decide until next time.
Okay, so, did you make a motion?
I didn't because
Mhm.
I'm sticking with my motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm with her.
I'm not against having a box at town hall at all, but I'd like to pursue this avenue first.
Maura?
So I will make a motion that we will speak to the town, and if a box is available, for the trustees, and they're willing to let us use it, that we do so.
Would you possibly amend it though, so it doesn't include at this time financials, just so we don't get into
Yes,
full
just for
problem?
general I'll add general correspondence, that's fine.
And how we access that, is that part of the motion? Can I ask how we would access that, is it all trustees have access to it, is it one, two trustees?
We'll have to find out, we don't know anything about it, so we'll have to find out from them, I assume.
It's usually the chair.
Yeah, again, it depends. If we're talking about just for correspondence, it could be the secretary. If we're talking about financials, it would be the chair, the treasurer, or the chair could do it in either case.
Well, I'm talking about it not costing us any money.
Is there
I
a
feel like
second
it
from
has to
Moira?
be,
Is there a
frankly.
second
I
from
second
Moira?
it.
Okay, are we ready to roll call?
I got myself.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
I, Helen Thunder.
I, Ms. Thomas.
Jan McGuire.
I'm Laura Ryan.
I Christine Fitzgerald.
Okay. Next issue is,
Bylaw update.
oh yes, the bylaw updates. I'm going to, Christine, do you, you might be more familiar on the latest version of the bylaws. Would you feel comfortable at doing a quick review and see if there's something, that we need to talk about? One of the bylaws things is that we need to do is, we need to set up a process that we now have legal counsel, and there's a process the town we need to follow. So that, we need to vote on that process, and then that would go into the bylaws. Yes.
I don't know if that in fact is, if it's just a process, then I would think it doesn't necessarily need to be in the bylaws.
According to, Sean, it does.
It needs to be in the bylaws?
Yeah, he wants it in the bylaws. Of who would talk to the lawyer and how you would proceed, okay? So, yeah. He actually wrote out the process, and he's having all the different groups use the same process.
Okay.
Okay, so, yeah, Beth.
Before we get too deep into the weeds about the bylaws, I just wanted to remind the board that, according to our own bylaws, we can't make a vote to change the bylaws today. We have to have 10 days with it in writing, so we can make the suggestions, we can't revise the bylaws and make a vote today.
They have to be, the changes have to
The
be posted.
changes have to be posted, yeah.
So we can make the
We
motion
can talk
and the
about it,
change
we can
today,
create
and then
ideas,
next
yeah.
Show me
meeting,
what
it'll
page.
go into,
What section of the bylaws that's in, please?
Sure. So like,
yeah, cause I don't remember reading it.
So, can you clarify what you need from me on this? What were you asking?
I have some paper.
I can make the changes, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm just asking you if besides making changes, do you know some other
back-
points that, you know,
Article 4,
that I know
Section 2.
Laura's might have
Article
said
4,
something that might
Section
have to
2.
be changed in the bylaws? That's what
Article
I'm asking.
Article 4, Section
Yeah.
3 bylaws,
Yeah.
right? These bylaws may be amended by majority vote of all members of the board present and voting provided written notice of proposed amendment, which we haven't done,
Yeah,
shall have been mailed or presented to all members at least 10 days prior to the meeting at which such action is proposed.
Okay.
So we can discuss today.
and then the letter goes out to the board?
Well, no,
No,
then
it can be posted.
it can be posted
Okay,
and then we can vote on it the next.
Okay, yeah. Mark?
So we had discussed this at another meeting, we were supposed to submit changes by June 25th. So wouldn't we be discussing those changes? And that was, everybody had to send in their stuff.
that was for personnel policy.
Well, actually, it was for both of them.
It was just personnel policy.
So some things have come to mind since June the 25th, that I would like to actually add to, or for discussion at whenever we discuss them in our bylaws. So, I don't know, should I send them to you, Maura?
No, I wasn't the person who received them.
Okay. No, is that you? Who does the bylaws?
I did the original bylaws, but I thought Sean had recommended that they go to Erin to collect them, and I don't know.
So Erin made the changes?
If that
Okay,
happened.
I gotcha.
Did,
That was just personnel.
Yeah, I don't think it would make sense for them to go to Aaron.
no, that doesn't make sense at all for our bylaws.
Maybe for the personnel ones.
Oh, yeah, the personnel yeah.
I took the minutes, so I watched the video, I took the minutes, and I double checked everything, and, cause I had questioned about
Yeah.
that too, and it was just personnel policy,
Yeah, personnel, okay.
so.
Yes,
So Sean's recommendation to do that, to send it to Aaron, was so that you would avoid an illegal meeting. If you all send collectively your ideas to another trustee, you are opening the door for an illegal meeting. So he suggested that whenever you're working on a document like that, you're sending them to someone who is not a trustee, and he suggested Aaron. So that would still apply to your bylaws.
okay, thank you for that clarification, that's
Thanks.
important, that's important to
That was my point.
You had the same point, okay, great. Okay, I think we're going to, my problem with the, yeah, go ahead.
Now, Chair, I'd like to, table the bylaw discussion until next.
Is that a motion? Yes, I would second that.
Discussion.
Yes,
So
I,
we're not gonna make any kind of suggested changes, we're gonna wait and make those for next time?
no,
You want me to make them now, or suggest them, who do I can send
I
them to
think-
Aaron.
If we don't make them tonight, then we can't, we'll put it off for the vote again.
Okay,
If-
sure.
So I don't know if we need to at least, if Liz's biggest concern is about the lawyer,
Yep.
then I think we could make that change, so we have that in the bylaws for
that
next
needs
time.
to be in, yeah, cause no one can contact them till it is, okay, that needs to be done. Okay, so that's necessary. As far as anything else, I think what we should do is, following the guidelines here, is we need to give 10-day notice. So we should have, and it could be Erin, I mean, you know, all of us suggestions go there, and then she can pass it on to the board.
Gotcha.
And, you know, but get everything done now, forward it within 10 days to her. We deal with it, and that way next time it's time to vote, we'll vote on those changes.
10-4.
Okay, so we all have time to really think about it, but today we will do the one change, from Sean,
And Sean
okay?
had a suggestion for us.
Yes, yeah, he did, yeah, in fact, I have.
Did you have something specifically written, how you wanted to show in the bylaws for that, or is that what Sean wrote?
He wrote it, and we're gonna follow what he wrote.
Okay.
Okay, and I have
I have a
copies.
point of order.
Yeah.
You have a motion on the table to table the discussion of the bylaws till next meeting that has been seconded?
I withdraw the,
No,
I
she
withdraw the
withdrew it,
motion.
yeah,
Withdrawn.
because, yeah,
Thank you.
okay. I'm getting the letter, yeah, yeah. And I made copies, let me see if I can find the copies for everyone.
Hand me the rest of the stuff, and you go by the top and I pass it
Yeah.
up.
Well, no, those aren't the copies, that's why I'm looking, I have made copies of everything for everyone. That's not it. That's the email. Yeah. This is the one. I'm glad we live in a paperless society here. You know what?
2-minute break?
Huh?
Okay, 2-minute break.
Yeah, let's take a 2-minute break. We're fine. Yeah.
Is it an email?
It's actually, I think,
No? No, thanks.
it's an email. Before you do that, it's on, I'm just gonna go on to the seven.
I love it, I think that's my brain. I have, indicated the law. That's how I remember it, it's like I recall conversations at date and time from high school. There's no phrases.
And look at it's a nice big font. Well, it is from my pedagogy. I think it's like doing what everybody's
More than me. That's what I know because more than the parents want to know like our learning structure.
Okay, we're going to start business, and we'll go in, the next,
They're always talking about so many different groups of kids at the same time. And we're gonna get back on the agenda. We're gonna move ahead and come back to bylaws with this information shortly. Lots of people just want to. Next week with personnel policy, might want
Yeah.
to send our changes forward so that we don't have an issue and come back as a discussion about that at a future meeting.
Did anyone already do that to
Yeah, I
Erin?
did.
What's that?
I sent it out.
Yeah, it was supposed to be by the 25th or the 26th.
She sent it to us, not to Erin.
I sent it to everyone.
John?
She did send it to Erin as well. Erin gave me a copy. So Maura, I just had a question. The document that you sent looked like a totally new document rather than an update to the current document. Is that correct? Is
It's
that how
not
you
a new
intended
document,
it?
I summarized the points so I didn't have to type out every single thing, and then I just put the additions in full paragraphs.
Okay, so how you'd like her to present it to you is to just add what's an addition, not
Right, the full paragraphs, yep.
okay. So the one you sent is not intended to be like a whole new draft to replace the current one.
No.
Okay.
Did anyone else send any?
Yeah, I sent something to someone about
Okay, so I did, but I didn't
Yeah.
get to
the ethics
Sure.
policy, code of ethics.
That's the bylaws.
Oh, that's bylaws, sorry. Alright,
So are you going to make, amendments to follow this, the same one that you did?
I think Warner was concerned because she did send
Oh,
in
okay.
information, so I didn't know if anyone had time to look at Warner's stuff or wanted to ask any questions or discussion. Jan?
I would like to propose that I'd like to make a motion that we move the personnel policies till the next meeting because we figure out what the procedure is gonna be for who gets what.
second.
Okay, motion and second. Donna?
I would like to just formally ask that the staff have the time to review your amendments prior to your meeting, because this directly impacts your staff.
100%.
Could that be, can I ask you a follow-up question?
Yeah.
So if we had time to discuss as a group, and then we would have, well, I know it's not, maybe not the same thing, but if we then waited another meeting before we voted on it, would that give employees enough time to see then, I wouldn't want them to have to see a bunch of different things,
Yes.
but that might not come to be, does that make sense?
Right, so you would bring, my understanding is you would bring kind of everyone's ideas in a draft to the next meeting. You would either pare that down or edit it, however you're gonna do that, and then you would post that new one for the staff to review and you to vote on at the following meeting. Is that what you're saying?
I think so.
Okay.
I do want to, so are you still on the same,
Mm.
on the same thought span or no?
Well, I assume because this is the thing.
Not to interrupt or talk over you, Jen, but I feel like we did just revise this too, so I didn't feel like there were a lot of changes that needed to be made.
Yeah, I personally, you know, cause I was trying to melt them together, and there's not a lot, there's just some housekeeping to do. All of our policies are living documents, and as things occur, you have to make adjustments and tweaks, you know? It's not that there's going to be a big change in anyone's, you know, activities or anything like that. It's just that we have to visit it from time to time to see if it's working within our needs. Donna?
So then, in that case, I feel like you've opened the door for me to ask, what housekeeping things are you looking at editing in this case? What needs to be changed?
There are various things that I had commented on. I'd be happy to bring them forward if you wanna discuss them that way.
Maybe
That's
we
up to
just-
you.
Yeah, I think maybe it makes more sense to try to get them all in one document, so that we can be more efficient
Yeah.
that way, so.
I guess I don't understand why you're questioning the process. You're gonna have oversight over what's going to be the end product, but it's just giving not oversight, but you're gonna be able to have, comments in it. Okay, we will work with you on that.
Okay.
What we're doing, we're just saying that we're going to look at that policy, cause our bylaws and our employee policies are probably our most important policies, I would say, just about, okay? And so that's why we wanna keep it current, we wanna, like, things like, maybe we wanna, put in, equal opportunity type, statements in it and stuff like that, and there's different reasons why you might wanna do it.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah,
My concern is that it sounded to me in the discussion on email that the problem with us posting 2 positions that we really need is that you need to make changes to the personnel policy before we can post those positions. Is that correct?
no, what's correct is that we have had 2 different versions from Erin of both positions, and both positions' versions has not been what she said she would send to us. And that's the problem. So we have to keep turning it down because it's not the terms that we agreed to when we worked with the, when we discussed the job posting.
I would like to respond to that, but I know we should do that when we come to that discussion.
We're gonna be doing that with the job posting.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, and so that's my only answer to what you were questioning. But are we looking at to change the bylaws or the personnel policy to suit our means now and change the way you do business? No, that's not what we're looking at all.
So the 2 job postings will not be held up if the personnel policy discussion is delayed. Is that correct?
No, we still got it. We still have to vote on it
Okay.
tonight.
Okay, so Jan, you originally made the motion, and I'm gonna second it about moving this to the next meeting, but Moira had already sent in information that we all got. Jan, you were saying you sent something to someone, Nancy thinks she may have sent some, so can we get everything back to one person so we can get one document that we can really look at next time? Okay.
If you send everything back to me, okay,
You can't because it will create an illegal meeting. It has to go to a staff member.
Oh, okay.
Information is fine, just no discussion.
No, yeah.
Sean
we're not
said
done.
recommended that you send it to a staff member, not a trustee.
I believe he said that's how other libraries or other, departments handled it.
Like town council.
Yeah. But I don't recall him saying that we had to. I think it was a suggestion from what I remember. I could be wrong, but
It's your risk.
I'd have to go back. We can always go
Well,
back
Moira's
and
is all
check
set,
it.
so we just
Yeah.
need to get anyone else's information as soon as possible so that we can get a document.
Okay,
so we
then
can be
we'll
more
just
productive
forward
about the next one.
everything to Erin's attention.
That's my suggestion. It's your choice.
Yes. Is everyone okay with that? Should
Yes.
just be the clearinghouse? But it's, obviously, we're gonna all be looking at the final product, okay? And so we'll see our suggestions in there, because then we have to vote on it. Because there'll be opposing suggestions probably. We're gonna see it anyway. So, if the staff is willing to do that, I think that'd be great.
I thought that's where I'm sorry, I thought that's what we're supposed to be looking at tonight. That's why there was a deadline date of the 25th.
We were planning on working on it tonight, but I didn't, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not prepared to be discussing 5 people's input tonight. I just can't do it tonight, I don't have all the information, okay? I was, and I'm not, this is not a sob story. I worked 17 hours on this project yesterday. So I went to bed at like 3:30 in the morning and got up at 5:30 for a doctor's appointment. And I didn't finish the bylaws, and I did some bylaws and the personnel, but I didn't finish everyone's comments. So I do have to apologize for that. Yes.
I just wanna go on record and say, I know at the last meeting we talked about it, and I remember saying, this is the end of my school year, that's my fiscal year, I wouldn't be able to take that on, and I didn't feel it was necessary. So I was kind of puzzled as to what major changes we'd be making anyway. So it left me last time thinking, what are we changing? We just changed this in April. I don't even know what we're doing. So
I have no recommendation for that.
When we changed it in April, the discussion was that, the reason we were passing it in April was that we were going to pass it the way it is now, and we'll have to discuss it in the next couple of months. So the next couple of months is like now or next month or whatever. So that was the reason that Sean had made that comment, I guess.
it doesn't seem like there's any burning things though that we really had to change. So we could follow the procedure we just talked about, come back to it. I think we need to vote in a minute on Jan's motion though to make sure we're
Yeah.
in compliance.
Okay, no, that makes sense, you know, I'm not ready, and, you know, I think that we need more work on it. So, you know, I appreciate the thought of, you know, we'll just defer it for 1 month, you know, we're getting a lot done now, but, you know, there's always gonna be work to do, you know, always, yes. And so, Jen,
Can I amend my motion then?
yes, please,
To be clearer, I'd like to, make a motion that, we move the personnel policy discussion that we were gonna have tonight to next month, and that, in the interim, all comments, about the personnel policy be sent to Erin, and then she can decide who's going to deal with them, on the library side to put them all in one document.
Second.
May I just ask for like a deadline or something to send to Erin?
Sure, that's it.
about 2 weeks out,
We've already done this now, so,
What, Friday the 18th?
yeah, sounds good, Friday.
yeah,
the 18th.
Friday the 18th, okay, yeah.
Because I understand what they're on, so.
Okay, any discussion before we take a vote? Okay, Beth,
Hi, Beth Marco.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
I, Helen Palmieri.
Liz Thomas,
Hi, Jim McLaughlin.
Maura Ryan, nay.
Hi, Christine Fitzgerald.
okay, motion passed. Okay, we're back to, we're looking at the bylaws, we need to, what happened was the, town has hired a lawyer to represent the Board of Trustees for any particular reason if it happened, okay? And so, what we've done is the town has, because if ever the town and the board would get sued, we couldn't use the same lawyer, okay? We can't use the town lawyer. People wanna go to the town lawyer from the board, and we can't, okay? Because it's conflict of interest. So they said, and in his new policy, he said, you know, the board will have their own lawyer to represent just the board. The town pays for it. We don't pay for the lawyer's fee or anything, okay? But again, what he did is he put a document together which gave explanation of who and when the lawyer should be contacted. And so that he asked us to vote on this, get it in our bylaws so that we can follow it. Yes,
I just have a suggestion that perhaps that could exist in the MOA instead of your bylaws, and it would be easier for you to include it versus voting on your bylaws, which require the 10-day notice and all that. Just a suggestion.
no, I think he was very specific, it had to be in bylaws. Yeah, he was, he did say it has to be in your bylaws. So what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to look at it, put it together, and then everyone, I guess at the next meeting we'll vote on it, right?
Yep, so we just need wording.
Yeah.
Or whatever it
We'll
be.
put, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm assuming that the attorney did not look at this. Would that be correct?
I don't know why you asked.
Well, because this says that inquiries from legal counsel from the board should be directed to the chairperson, which is fine, because we've done that historically in the past with Kim. Then it says the library director should send inquiries to Hannah, and responses provided will go to the library director and the chairperson. I don't really think an attorney is going to want to deal with two separate parties, because I think that is a conflict of interest.
She's representing.
She's representing the
Repeat that one
library.
more time.
We're supposed to be a shared interest, aren't we?
Answering questions.
Board
yeah.
of Trustees.
Could you repeat your question again?
Wasn't a question, it was a statement. I said it
Could
would
you
be a
repeat your
conflict of
statement again,
interest to
please?
have an attorney represent two parties or answer questions for two parties.
Okay. I don't have any trouble with that.
I don't either.
She's working for the library.
So we,
So are we.
I,
There may be times that, the Board of Trustees needs clarification on something to do with, RSAs, in regards to, employment, personnel issue or something that, is about the trustees getting that information. But might not need to be shared, I think is the thing with, the librarian at the same time.
but RSAs are public, so if someone just cites an RSA and says,
If
oh,
someone,
that,
if we have a question about it and we
Right.
ask an attorney for an attorney's opinion,
right.
the attorney's opinion is not public, does not have to be made
But
public.
if they're citing an RSA,
It does not have to be made public because it's, if you look, it's, consulting an attorney is not, something that's necessarily.
I'd be surprised if the town was gonna put a bill for us to have personal representation rather than, you know, us as a unit working
1 minute.
with the library.
Let me address that. This is not for personal contact, for personal issues. This would be a
Right.
board issue that we would contact.
Clearly, you're not asking the attorney for, you know, how to work
Yeah.
out a disagreement with a neighbor, but, we're an entity. The board works with and for the library, we're an entity.
We don't work for the library.
We
oversee it.
represent the library's needs in the fiscal sense because we have to be that person that goes to the town and advocates on behalf of the fiscal needs. That is our job. We're not supposed to be like overlords, we're supposed to be advocates and representatives.
I'm sorry, we're not gonna allow, I know you all appreciate what she said, I think she had a very good point. We're just not gonna allow outbursts or clapping or anything anymore. Let's maintain some decorum. I appreciate that you did show her that you know, and she has some very good points, okay? Thank you.
So do we need to follow up with Sean? It sounds like.
Yeah, you know what, I'm thinking it would, because there's conflict in here, you know.
I'm not conflicted, but Madam Chair, may I just read? So, and this is from Sean,
Yes,
directly from Sean.
yes.
The law firm will be working exclusively for the library. We're the library. The director of the library is part of the library, not the town. Further down, item number 3. The library director should send her inquiries directly to Hannah, and responses provided to the library director and to the chairperson, who will then distribute those to other members of the Board of Trustees. These suggested procedures will help ensure transparency, which is something that we have been working so hard to achieve, between
write
the Board of pardon me?
Did he write that?
He did write it, it's right here.
Yeah.
So I don't, what are we doing here? We've hired an attorney to represent the library and the library director. What are we doing? Just asking for a friend.
Perhaps I could call, John Farrell, if I could call your attention to section 4.10 of the town charter. The town attorney. The council shall engage as needed such attorneys as deemed in the best interest of the town to provide legal advice to the council manager, town departments, and other agencies, and represent the town in any legal proceedings, criminal prosecutions, traffic violations. Such attorney shall, on the council's direction, which would be the trustees' direction, perform any other duties prescribed by the charter or by ordinance. When he refers to this is kind of the guideline that he's looking at. So the manager, Sean Mulholland, works with the attorney. He's the operational head. Your operational head is your librarian. You work collectively. It's 4.10 of the town charter.
Okay, thank you. I have a suggestion.
I'm sorry,
How
you
you
need to
doing?
state his name and address for,
Oh, John
record,
Farrell?
please. Address, please.
Address? What I suggest is that I think I'm seeing two clear paths here. We should respect what the town manager has asked us. The library should go through Erin, and she can go directly to Hannah, okay, for issues. And the board should go through me, and I would go directly to Hannah with the board issues. So as far as, I think that we can accept this without putting a formal thing in the bylaws yet, because I think there's still some questions about, certain issues and things. So, what I suggest is we follow his mandate, and we do and do that, and then further down line, when we can talk to him, because he's away now, in Portugal, so when he gets back and we can talk to him, and if if everyone wants to talk to him about any issues or concerns, she has time, and if I want to talk to him, we have time. So we're just basically saying, respect his request that the library staff go through the, Erin, and the board goes through me for now.
Correct.
And I think we'd be fine. Yes,
If we need a motion, need a motion, these are just procedures. That the
Right.
procedure will be,
Right.
these are procedures,
Yeah.
so it's not part of the bylaws, it's just a procedure. The board members, if they need to talk to an attorney, will talk to the chair, and the library folks, if they need to talk with the attorney about a particular system,
They go to Erin.
they go to Erin.
And Erin goes to the attorney.
Right.
and again, I think it's understood, okay, if the board has a problem and don't wanna speak with the chair, then they can talk, Sean is always available. Any member of the board would be willing to talk with you, okay? So I'm not saying that you always have to go through me, but you should go through someone in the town that we're not being billed for, okay? That's basically it.
And the second part
Okay,
is the.
yes, go ahead, Donna.
I just wanted to confirm that Erin was included on that email, because I have not seen that email, so I just want to make sure that she received it.
She did.
Mm,
She's on
Yes.
the.
Yep, she
Okay,
is.
thank you.
Yes, she is on it, yeah. And here, would you like I'll give you a copy, okay?
Sure.
Yeah, please, yeah. Go ahead.
And the other thing was using for cost saving, again, it's the procedure.
Yes,
For using the New Hampshire Municipal Association, which the town belongs to and pays dues to. So we have access to talk with the make legal inquiries as part of our membership.
Correct.
And in fact, that has happened. So again, we use those to help mitigate costs.
and so Laura you actually used them today, and they were very responsive, right? And so, they gave us good information, so, that going to the lawyers, and I'm sure Erin understands, she's gonna read this. So she's, first there's other agencies we can get free services. If it's something that needs more intense scrutiny, then, she can go to the lawyer, we can go to the lawyer.
Oh, sure.
Okay, we need to
Jan started
fix.
Jan started to make a motion, I think.
Yeah.
I just made a motion
Yeah.
that we treat this as a procedure. If this is the procedure for
Yeah, it's just a
contacting
procedure.
the attorneys and getting legal advice, it doesn't cost us anything.
So, Jan and seconded by Nancy, any other discussion?
Roll call,
Beth Marco? Nancy Hendricks, yes.
I, Helen Palmieri.
Liz Thomas.
I, Chair McLaughlin.
Maura Ryan, no.
Hi, Christine Fitzgerald.
Okay.
May I just ask a follow-up question real quick?
Yep.
The I'm sorry, I just totally lost my train of thought. Never mind. I will ask
Oh.
it again if I remember.
If you think about it later, you can
Yeah.
come back, okay? I have those senior moments too, though. Which I just lost the agenda. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We're gonna come back to the contracts, okay?
We're gonna skip number 6 for right now and just move on to the quote for the boiler. Just to keep things
Okay.
moving.
I did remember my question, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
The if we I'm sorry, the email was not posted to the public. For the email with the procedure that you just voted was not posted. So I wanted to make sure you were okay if we attached the copy you just gave me to the minutes.
That's fine.
You're okay with without the manager agreeing to have it up on the public, yeah?
I don't think it doesn't matter, it's a public document.
It's
Okay.
a public document,
Well,
but it
everyone feels
could
it's
be
fine,
91A
so, yeah,
as far as that.
Okay.
Do that, okay? Thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to
Quote.
the boiler.
Okay.
Nancy likes it to be warm in here, so you need to agree.
Except for tonight.
Except for tonight.
I make a motion that we accept the quote from E&E Systems.
Second.
Can we have a roll, we don't even need a roll call, sign it.
They just asked for discussion.
Yeah, discussion?
No, I don't think.
No? Okay. Raise your hand if you're agreement. Okay,
Great.
it's unanimous.
That was everybody.
That was easy.
What else can we do for that? Yeah, fall program.
I know what that fall program budget is.
Can we find out a little
Do you
bit about
guys
the
have a
programming
fall
budget?
program budget? Can you present it?
Sure. So this is coming from, there's no documents related to this. This is coming from what occurred with the summer reading, the process that was kind of backwards and difficult for us to deal with. So I'm asking instead up front to have the board give us an amount of money to work within for the fall programming so that we don't end up in the same kind of backward situation we did with the summer. So I did bring what we spent last year as a start. We spent just over $6,400 in fall of 2024. $6,400 and change dollars in fall 2024, and that was from the management services line of the budget.
And is, that's like a 3-month program then, like September, October, November, or how?
It would be it covers September through December.
Oh, through December, okay.
So we kind of winter doesn't
Yeah.
really exist in our programming. It's more like split between fall and spring.
Yeah. Curious question, I would imagine that the summer obviously is your highest spending.
Yes.
Program.
This year I believe the spending was around 12,000
Okay, for the summer,
for summer.
for summer, okay, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So just so
Yeah.
you have a difference, it's about half
Summer,
summer.
yeah, it's about half of, yeah, which seems appropriate, you know. And, that's good to know because we're gonna have to go forward and I believe was the management line like 100,000 or something? No, not that much, how much
No.
was it?
It was 21,000.
Oh, huh?
Last year
Oh,
was
21,000, okay, okay, so we're talking about, you spent 12, I'm sorry, in the summer and 6 in the winter.
Yeah. Remember that the summer is split between 2 fiscal years. So the majority of summer is spent in the
Second,
previous,
yeah,
the
yeah.
previous,
The previous.
because we have to have all the supplies on
pay
hand.
ahead.
But there is a portion that's split between the two. So something to consider that the whole 12,000 doesn't come out of this new fiscal year's budget, if that was going to be the amount.
Can you answer a question on programming? Do you think that this year you were able to do all the programming and charge it to the management line, or was some charges had to go other places to support it?
So the management line was overspent at your request.
Yeah.
So we did overspend. We also had the Friends sponsor.
Yep.
So they helped a little bit in taking some of the some of the expense off. And then we had some donations that helped with that as well. So I wouldn't say that the whole expense ended up on the library's town budget, if that helps answer the question.
Jan, do you wanna make a follow-up question?
Well, I think as we've talked to, Justin as well as to Sean about the, lack of appropriate lines in here. There are more lines that are available, because the state has accepted the same international code of accounts, so that it's clear, so we can divide out some of these costs, so that we can clearly track it instead of it being all mixed together, in which case we can't clearly state, oh, this was programs, this was something else that's also in the same account.
I just did though. I went through line by line for every expense and added up what was specifically for programming in the fall of 2024. That was that number I gave you.
Okay, I'm just saying that, as far as the budget, so that the budget is clear.
And we know, and we've talked about this ad nauseum, and that we have to wait till 2027 to actually have things be really clear in the budget, but
Well,
we're all
and
working
again-
towards
But
that.
apparently, we may not necessarily have to wait until that long.
No, yeah, but then
But-
again, we're only talking about changing major line numbers, okay?
Dividing.
So it's not, if it's management services is considered program, then it's still gonna be the same thing. We're talking about, dividing things like books and periodicals and magazines, okay, as opposed to digital downloads, where we wanna show, because our book line is like 200% over or something, maybe not that much.
Not this time.
Not that much maybe, but it's quite a bit old and it's because we're in a digital world. And everything anyone downloads, we have to pay for it.
That's right.
So we need to, and people think, oh how many books can you buy? Well, it's not just books, and that's why those type of items were gonna be more clear in the future budgets, okay? But as far as like a program, other than if you wanna break out the labor and salary, under salary show salary programming, as opposed to regular, working the library programming, that might be an interesting thing to see, but as far as any other programming thing goes, it's pretty much gonna be all bundled together, I think.
We currently don't separate out the.
No, you don't separate salary at all now,
Not for that.
And, yeah, and you know what, maybe it's not a bad thing to do, because think about it, if you have a lot of time going into programming, and it's very valuable, then we should know that, that we need that kind of salary for programming, okay? And so that's not a bad thing, but it's a question of, is it necessary, and at this point, we're not saying it is, okay? Helen first.
I was gonna make a motion then, cause I think they're looking for some guidance
Yeah.
to, give them a ballpark of $6,500, I was gonna give you $100 more, just in case, things are more expensive now, to spend for fall 2025 programming.
I would second that.
And, discussion, I have a question, okay, so the total management for the year was how much?
For this upcoming year?
Yep,
Megan
yes,
So, I don't know, is it this one?
This
for
upcoming year.
management services.
It is 21,481.
Okay, so basically 21,000. So we're saying that it's probably 12,000, it's gonna be at least the same amount, if not more, for summer, okay? So 12,000 for summer, and then we're looking at 6 for, fall. Well, we're now up
But
to,
it's really like 6, think of the summer is cut in half,
yeah,
right? Because half got paid by last year, half will get paid, now is being paid for by fiscal 25. The July, August, or the August part is getting paid for by
And 26.
26, sorry.
okay.
So
Okay,
then
so
say
we're looking
6
at not 12, but half of it,
Yes.
6.
Yes.
okay, and 6 for the fall then, and then that leaves us 6 for the, basically, another 10,000 for the other, so you feel comfortable that that's a good breakdown?
I feel like that's a good number. I just want you to know that there are other things that are not like directly programming that do get spent from management services
Yeah,
right now. And yes, the breaking it out budget line wise would help
Will
you
be helpful.
see that.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
What
Yes,
kind of other
Eleanor.
things?
I don't have it in front of me. There's the our subscription to LibraryAware, I know, is a big one. That's how we promote a lot of programs, so it is directly tied to programs, but it's not like paying a presenter or something like that. So that's why I didn't factor that in.
And what's
We
that
pay
cost?
for it's under 2,000. I'm not sure the exact amount
Okay,
off the top of my head. I can get it for
yeah,
you.
no, that's,
We also pay for a movie license, and the movie license provides for a lot of our programming. So it's not like a payment for one specific program, but it does pay for programming. So there's like those things that.
is that the Assabet that we're voting on tonight? No, that's something different?
Assabet, I may also come out of management services.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Swank is the video
Swank is the video
license.
Yeah,
It's an umbrella license that
Gotcha.
covers many, many, many options.
nice. Okay, did you have another question?
So I just had a quick question. I'm wondering why you're asking for funds from the trustees at the beginning of the cycle, because this should be in the budget, correct?
Right, but when summer came around, the trustees wanted that whole report of what we had planned and how much it was going to be, and we weren't able to actually schedule anyone until you had approved the expense. So I'm doing it proactively and bringing you how much do you want us to spend, so that we can spend within that amount and you will have oversight of it like you requested.
And follow-up question, what, do you have a list, like last time we did get a list of the things that you were expecting to purchase and the cost, do you have anything like that this time?
No, because we have not actually gone through that. I'm saying I'm here proactively so that we can still provide you what's going to be happening, but it won't be like you are approving every single program that's scheduled. You have approved the amount that we will spend, and the staff will spend within that amount.
Any other discussion?
So, with the, if the board gives the money, how would we accurately track?
I don't think they're asking for money, they're using
No,
their own money.
it will be spent from the town budget.
They're just asking for like ballpark of what our expectations would be, so they can work within them, so we get a much smoother process.
Okay.
Yeah, and which is appropriate to do, because before you do the expenditures, you should ask the board, and that's what you're doing.
Yes.
So we appreciate that, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And going back, your
Yes.
motion is 6,500
Yes.
for the full.
Yes. It was seconded by Nancy, so.
Yes, and do we have any more discussion?
I'm sorry, it
Yes.
was 64?
6,500.
She ramped it up.
She gave him an extra $100. Paid for a couple more cookies.
Yep.
Okay, I would like to call the motion.
Aye, Beth Marco.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
I, Helen Palmieri.
Liz Thomas, aye.
Aye, Jen McLaughlin.
I'm Maura Ryan.
I'm Christine Fitzgerald.
I hope that's helpful for you guys.
Yes,
Yes,
thank you.
Okay. So, we wanna go back now, Jan has
Yes.
her forms. And we're going back up to what it says is 6, but.
Okay. So,
Buttons on today.
What have we done in the last 3 months, I think?
okay, so,
It's a huge packet.
no, it's just that when things get front
Oh,
and
yeah.
back, it's okay. So, in the, packet, one of the packets from this evening,
There's one packet that's all policies and
in the big packet.
and forms, yeah,
Let's see.
and
Okay, for the program budget. So for the programs, for each program, an indication of the programs, the program and the specifics for that program as far as what the budget would be for each program. So, including.
I don't believe that was
I don't think that was in there.
shared for the packet,
Mm,
or Aaron did not pass it on to me.
I know it was, we had it at last meeting, so I know that it's been around for 2 months now.
Can I ask, since we just
This
spoke
is,
about,
yes,
since we just spoke about the fall programming budget,
yep.
what is the intention of that form? Would that form replace what I just did?
The intention of the form is so that we have an idea of the kinds of money that we're spending on each kind of programming.
Okay, so basically what I presented to you before, a breakdown of young adult, children's adult.
But this was by program. So in other words, as part of planning for the programs, as far as, you know, we're gonna plan, there's gonna be $100 you're gonna spend for this program. Okay, we're gonna spend $100, we're gonna get the following things in or whatever. It's gonna be 2 hours long or whatever.
So what I provided for the summer reading program, that spreadsheet,
A spreadsheet
Yes,
would be fine.
yeah, something like that.
But this
Here's
was
the
actually,
form.
the form was actually a per program form.
so is it meant to be filled out to approve all the programming that's planned, or is it meant to do after we've scheduled everything to share with you what is scheduled?
It could be a planning ahead of time. It's not necessarily that you have to bring it to us ahead of time,
Okay.
but it's so when there's data, you can say, well, gee, you overspent this. Well, let's look at, and you can say, oh, well, see, that was because this program got added in because we needed an extra section of building spoons or carving spoons or whatever.
Okay.
A particular
I do
program.
feel like this is repeating the spreadsheet you've already asked for attendance information that's given to you twice a year. And I also feel like you could get this information from us running a report on our finances and give you line by line what was spent. I don't understand the need for this to be added.
There's the form.
Is it okay if they already have some other form of spreadsheet that does that same thing? That
But
we
it
don't
doesn't
need to-
necessarily do it by the individual programs. That's all.
When I give you the attendance, I break it down by every single program.
Okay. That does the attendance part.
Yes. What part is
It
missing?
doesn't correlate it with what you spent on materials for that same program.
So you just want me to add a column with what was spent to the attendance spreadsheet?
Potentially. But how are you going to account for the staff part? We're trying to grasp the staff issue. Is how long it takes.
So the staffing I gave you as an estimate with the summer reading. I do caution you against having us, I know you've presented an option to add it to like our timesheets, but I do want to explain that the nature of our job, programming is not a linear thing we spend time on. It's not like I have 2 hours today to sit down and do programming. We are interrupted constantly and we're serving the public while also doing programming. So there is no clear way to say, I spent an hour today on programming, because it didn't happen from 1 to 2 o'clock. Like, it was all over the place. So I don't think having us track it is going to be any more helpful than me giving you an estimate. When I estimate, I am getting feedback from the people who are planning and putting the program on. They know about how much time they're spending. So I feel like that is still an accurate representation without having us track minutes, because really you're talking about tracking minutes.
No, well, I'm talking about if you think you spent 2 hours planning for this program, it's 2 hours, you know? Might be an hour and 20, might be 2.5, who knows?
So an
But it'll all
estimate.
balance out.
The estimate
okay?
that I've provided before.
Yeah, but the other thing is, and the other thing is that we we wanna know the time that you need for preparation, because preparation is something that you can do at any time when you have free time, and how much time you spend for a presentation, cause then you have to be there on the spot during that time.
So you want an estimate that breaks down the steps of programming.
Some of you, I'm sorry, let's go and pass that down, but thank you. Yes.
I do have a question, just as a supervisor perspective. This, many parts of our, like, there's a lot of parts of everybody's jobs. They do a little bit of shelving, working at the desk. Are you wanting a breakdown of everything that they do? I don't understand what the idea of the program, because it's part of the job description and it's part of our normal function. So I don't understand where the idea is the coming from to account for that separate line, because you're doing it during your regular day. You're fitting it in maybe when you're covering the desk, you're answering an email, and or you know what I mean. There's like, it's already covered in the salary line. So I just don't understand, like, why is the programming being pulled out if you're not doing like tech service stuff or desk coverage, or like, I just don't understand why.
And I'll answer that in a minute, but I have hands. They have, Beth, go ahead.
As a teacher, when I look at that form, it kind of brings back some memories of teacher training, and we would have to fill out a lesson plan for every tiny little moment of the day, and it was painstaking. We never slept because we're always writing down. But as you become a seasoned teacher, you no longer have to do that, thank God, because there's the actual job to do. If you're mentoring someone, it's a great starting place. If you're trying to figure out, oh, there seems to be a problem, but we really have to kind of tease out, is it a management thing? Is it just a budgeting thing? Like, where do we tweak it? And you might break it down so that you can do a task analysis and kind of figure out what needs adjustment. But we don't have that situation. We have a stellar library that is outperforming all the regional libraries. So it just feels like we're creating an unnecessary burden, and to what end? You know, we've already got so much data. Are we even looking at it all? Like, you know, as you were saying, Liz, there's just so many hours in a day. So are we asking for more than we're actually gonna take responsibility to review and come back with questions? Like, if they're asking for numbers and you know, how many staff and, you know, how long were they present in the room versus just ducking in and out to be a support as needed, it does feel like we're overburdening them, and we don't really need to do that. We can be the mamas and dads that say, oh, my kid does this well. I can step back and let them be an entity. They don't need me anymore. And I feel like that's what we're kind of dealing with. Like, we have to just not hold so tight. They're doing great.
Sure. If I can answer the question.
Go ahead.
So the purpose of it was raised by a number of members of the public during the deliberative session about programming. We want to make sure that we can account for that, but also that we can ask for more staff if more staff is what we need. But we can't do that if we don't have a number, since what we've been told is the programming is so important. And I'm not just saying that the programming is not important, but in order to get that, we need some more data, and the data would be for each of the programs, either by people designating it on their timesheet. I know it's a pain in the neck. I had to do 8 different categories when I worked for the Department of Ed, and you have to do email and you have to do all kinds of other things, but that was what we had to do so that we could get the data that was requested by whoever was requesting that data.
I was at the deliberative session. I was at the deliberative session, and I was at the town council meetings.
Well, I'm glad. I'm just telling you.
It didn't come up.
I'm telling you, it did come up. That's why it got put in there. So the point of having the form is so that we could get more details on programs as we're going forward for programs, not necessarily getting just the information at the end of the program.
Did you have
Well,
something?
the only thing I wanted to say was I just respectfully want to say we on this board don't all agree on the same thing.
No.
So,
Everyone
don't
has
need
their
this
own
information.
Yeah.
They asked for how much money they could spend respectfully. They wanted to stay within their boundaries. They said this is a great number. We voted on it. It was approved. I don't want to micromanage anything about their programs, I don't. And there's a lot of people in this audience who also agree. I also don't remember that being an issue.
Thank
I know
you for being respectful.
that a lot of programming is being targeted in terms of a waste of time, waste of money, waste of efforts, and that's ludicrous. And we have plenty of data to prove that. I'm just saying, I know Jan, but I think they have other data, so if there's other forms we need to look at from Jan, so I would rather look at some of those other forms, because I feel like that they have other versions of this they can put together and share some information with us when we need it.
I agree.
Okay, what we're looking at is a true presentation of how much money that we need to budget for the management services line for programs, okay? That's what we're looking for.
Okay.
So, we can go and fight for you for more money if we know you need more money. But the thing is, like, if you tell me you need more money for salary, but then I don't know, is it just running the floor because you have so many hours that the library's open? Or is it actually that you are additionally doing running programs and stuff? Well, then that would show us that maybe you do need more money in salary, okay? The thing is, I don't wanna sound ridiculous, but we're like managing the library, okay? And we wanna manage it appropriately. We wanna make sure that the money comes across appropriately. This year you've been very, this year because you had openings for several months at a time, you saved a lot of money on salary, so it gave more flexibility, for doing other things. But other years, you may not have that, you might have full staff all the time, 12 months, then you're gonna find out that all of a sudden, if we didn't plan for it, you won't have that extra money, because it's, go ahead.
What I'm just not understanding is the salary is what you're paying the staff to work, and part of their job is to run programs. So I just don't understand why we need, are you going to hire somebody else if our program requires it? That would be the change in the salary line, because it's not coming out of management services. The only change would be to hire somebody. So is that what you're looking to do? To say, hey, we need more staff, so let's increase the salary line? Is that what you're saying? Because otherwise, I just don't understand it. I'm trying to come as a place from understanding, because it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get a clear image of where the money is needed, okay? That's all we're trying, because when people look at this library, all they imagine is, oh, you have 10 members and the library's open 60 hours a week, so that's all you should have for expenses. Well, no, because when you're doing programs too, you need more than that, so that people need to realize that it's not just, checking out books. That your job is a lot more than checking out
Which
books.
I do understand. I just don't know why the staff time is being calculated, where it's like the cost of the program and the attendance. That makes sense to me, because those are tangible numbers. Regardless of if we have 5 programs or 10 programs, you're still going to be paying the same people for their hourly wage. So I don't understand what the request is for the staff time, because it doesn't reflect the change in management services line. It wouldn't be in there because it's not calculated as part of the cost of a program. So it's just what we're able to do. So what I'm just saying is, if it doesn't, I don't understand, because it doesn't make sense to me, because that's not a cost that's separate, because it's included in our everyday costs. And if we don't have the staff to do a program, then we're not going to do the program, because we need to cover the public desk. So I guess I don't understand where you're coming from, because it's not an actual cost that's different.
What? Go
Moira
ahead.
and Jan, and then
Go ahead.
Moira and Jan.
Yeah, we need to move on
Yeah.
to
The purpose is so that we can justify if we need more staffing to provide more programming or to support the programming, we have the data to do that. And right now we don't, because we have a variety of people that do all of this and then might do 2 hours here, or might do 4 hours here because they're doing that program, or might do 8 hours here, but we don't have that quantified as to how many hours it really took to do that program, nor how many hours we really are spending on the program. So when people say we're doing all these things, that's great, and I think that's great, but we can't go and say we need more people if we can't justify that we need more people because of the program.
I would respectfully disagree, because as supervisors, we know how much time our staff is spending on programming. So if you have a question to say, like, we need more staff because of this, we can give you that information at the time. I just don't understand why you're asking it, because I did just ask if that is because you think we would get another staff member, and you said no. So I just wanted to.
I didn't say no.
No, we didn't say no to that at all. No.
Well, you just talked around it then. I didn't think you answered it in an affirmative. So what?
Erin keeps coming to us and says, I need more staff, okay? I need to have justification for it, you know?
Well,
And that's
we
all
have
I'm
the
saying.
the two positions open. That's what we need. Those two positions. We need them just filled.
And again,
Those aren't necessarily
the delay has
program.
not been on our side, I'm sorry. The delay has not been on our side.
Okay.
You can do that and that, that's okay, just don't yell. I know, okay. Exactly. Okay.
That's fine. I just don't understand it. That's
Yeah,
all.
Okay.
More.
Yeah, more.
I think if I'm understanding what's being said correctly is, in this thing, if you fill these out and say my staff, so like if I was running a business and I had mechanics, and I saw that my mechanics were changing spark plugs 90% of the time, I might get more people trained on spark plugs or something else.
Mm-hmm.
She's looking to get numbers to say, we spend this much time on programming, and this is why we need to get more stuff.
Donna?
How was that need not met by my estimate that I gave you with the summer reading?
Because it's not an estimate, it's hard number.
But I just said that there is no hard number, because when we are working on programming, we are multitasking, we're covering desks, there's no hard number is what I'm saying. So the estimate I gave you is the number.
Yes.
It's going to be the number whether you have staff put it on their timesheets or I estimate it based on their feedback.
If
It's still
every
an
staff
estimate.
member- If every staff member is putting down the number of hours that they spent today on programming, I spent 2 hours today, I spent an hour today, I spent 45 minutes, whatever, that's gonna get calculated up and.
But you're saying you want it for every different program, so even a timesheet couldn't reflect that. Because if I spent time today on 2 different programs, my timesheet can't show.
No,
I spent half an hour on this one and half an hour on this one.
This is because of folks saying they didn't want it in the time sheet, or there was discussion about not wanting it in the time sheet. So it's kind of either or.
I think we're spending too much time on
Yeah,
one
yeah.
policy and procedure, and there's too many others to cover.
Yeah.
So can I make a motion that we allow our staff to continue what they've been doing, providing information that they already provide us, and we work with them within the parameters of things they already do to get the information that we need at future meetings?
I would second that motion. I would like to speak to a motion now. Okay, that's okay. No, that's okay. What I would say is, take the form, look at it. You probably give us all this information already. We're just not trained to see it, okay? Take the form, just look at it, say, you already get this, and here it is. You know, maybe we can combine that you have 2 forms that would give us everything we needed in one. You know, just look at it, look at what information we're looking for, and then you tell us how you can most effectively, easily, without as much, that much effort, provide that information to us.
I just did that though. I'm saying that the summer reading spreadsheet I
Yes.
gave you is doing that.
Yes, it is. The thing is,
That's
it
what I'm
was a
saying.
one-time shot. It wasn't a regular process. It was a one-time shot, okay? What we're trying to do is set up a regular process that we don't, you did it. It was great. And it gave us a lot of information, okay? And
Right.
that's
So if
the
you
time-
wanted it regularly,
Yeah.
that could be a conversation. This is beyond what I put in the spreadsheet. This is work added beyond what I did. And the work I did
I'm gonna
was
amend-
already.
I'm gonna amend my motion just to say that I would like the staff to look at the sheet, but then take what they already have, and however is easiest for them to give us that information at a future time about fall programming. And then we'll talk about moving forward for other seasons.
But does that mean that you want it broken down
No.
like this?
I'm saying no.
You make a counter proposal to us.
I
This is-
did.
you know.
I am.
All right.
That I can do the same thing I did for summer again if you want me
Great.
to.
I loved that. You
But
know?
it wouldn't be to present to you to approve. It would be to present to you after the fact, like you are getting the attendance.
We have to move along. We're never gonna
We've
get
said
out.
the same
I
thing
know.
10 times. I'm
We're
sorry,
saying
I'm
the
sorry to
same
speak,
thing.
now address me directly.
I think
We've said
we're
the same
saying-
thing 10 times on either side.
Yeah, we're both saying the same thing. We're just saying, look at it, come back to us. We're working.
So do we need,
You
we
know,
need a motion?
I don't think even
Can I
we need
withdraw
a motion.
everything?
We're
Okay.
just saying, this is just a workers working together. You tell us what you can do and how, we don't wanna put stress on you. And the other thing is, we really don't, you know, but we have a lot of stress too. But anyway, that's all we're asking. Let's work together, you know, and I think we can do it. I don't think it's going to take a little more work from you, and we're gonna give up a little bit that we may want to see. But it will work if we work together, you know?
Are you withdrawing your motion?
Yes, in the amendment.
Yes, and I think we're ready to move on. Is everyone comfortable with, do we need to?
Just
I
Jan,
think-
Jan has several other things that
Yes,
we will.
oh, no, I meant on this
Yeah.
one issue. Yes, okay, Jan, go ahead.
Okay. The donation procedure. I realize that some of these things are already occurring, but some of them are not necessarily occurring on a clear basis. And, the donation process is part of currently it's part of the circulation, department, circulation policy. And, so the donation procedure, this is, again, it's a procedure, not a policy, but it would be, set up so that we can get the information down. I have the booklets, you can write it in, or the spreadsheet that Erin has talked about using, or whatever, but that the details would be there for, the materials and supplies. So we actually can have the data that backs up the information that goes to the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office gets the surface information, but the detail, we still need to have the detail of all of the individual things that get donated.
For auditing purposes.
If anybody says, gee, I gave $1,000, and the $1,000, what happened to that $1,000, we have that separately.
Can I make a suggestion? I don't know that Jan's gonna like it or if it's reasonable. There's several procedures and policies here, okay? I think, rather than talking about each one individually, I would like to see the staff assimilate and decide what can we do and come back to us and say, we can do it this way and we can do it that way. If we end up getting the information that we want in the manner that you're happy to give it to us, it's win-win.
I think that's.
But we're gonna give a time frame, like say, by next month you've looked at these procedures.
Right. Could I
Yeah,
request
go ahead.
to create a subcommittee or just even have a meeting with library staff represented and library trustees represented, so we can go over the feasibility of these, because we do have many questions on how to make it work. We're not saying that we can't do this, but there's just a lot of questions or things that we already can do that our system, like the cash handling policy, I have a lot of notes on that because there are mechanisms in place that already cover some of this. And just so we can have a conversation of, this is our current procedure, this is what you'd like to do, like, so we can work together. I would just respectfully ask if we could have like a subcommittee of maybe a couple of you and a couple of us, just to kind of go over, to handle that, and then we can bring it back to the board as a whole.
That sounds great.
I think that's very reasonable. I think that's a great idea. Jan?
I think that's reasonable. I just have to say, the first time we proposed this was back in February. And, that since February, we've still been trying to get, the information from February till now, and that hasn't happened. The spreadsheet was gonna happen, and then that didn't happen, although we provided the spreadsheet. We provided a copy of a possible spreadsheet. So I don't have any problem. I think it's great to sit down with the staff. I don't have any problem with that. But, the problem is that the longer we wait to do this, the harder it is to reconstruct what we haven't done yet. In fact, I asked Becca to make sure that, she writes down about the seeds and all that stuff, so that we have a detail of where the seeds and stuff happened and the dirt.
Can I just
That's
quickly
Yes, go ahead.
so I didn't write enough time, but I just wanted to say thank you to the local businesses that have been donating. So recently, is it okay if I just?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, recently Home Depot donated 25 packets of seeds and 2 big bags of potting soil, and they were really wonderful and great. And Shaw's donated, I think it's 25 or 30 cookies for tomorrow's programming, and Shaw's is wonderful and great. And I appreciate our community and the honor it is to work for the community. And everybody has a lot of strong feelings, and that's good. And they're all about the library, and I like the library, so.
I think that someone put in some work to get that donation, and it might have been you, right?
Yeah, and it's a team effort.
Yeah, it's a team effort. Okay,
So-
you know what? I think we need to work like that, okay? We need to work together. I see the path, okay? But we need to start now. We would have the library commit 2 resources, and at your convenience, we would get a resource or 2 resources to sit down and work on that, And I think, but the thing is that we have to commit to, yes, let's next week talk. Let's sit down, let's come up with a plan, not in the nebulous future, because we all get so busy. Yes,
I was gonna suggest, we'd already discussed a July 23rd date that I believe you've now canceled a meeting for, so why don't we have a subcommittee
a
meeting that day
committee
instead?
meeting then?
I was gonna offer, I'm happy summer Helen right now, so I have all the time in the world.
So, did you want to?
Happy to be on
Yeah.
that subcommittee and have that meeting before the next
Great.
meeting,
Thank
and have
you.
information ready to go for the next meeting.
Okay, Helen's gonna be our contact, okay? And, she'll work with Jen on what we need, and then you get a couple of contact people. And is this something that you would like to do daytime, during the day?
That's up to you guys. We had already, because you had that meeting that day, we'd already
Yeah.
planned to adjust our schedules for evening.
Yeah, and that we know the meeting room is available.
We know it's available now.
But
Fine.
it may not be
What?
that time, using that day and time may not work.
Well,
For,
we don't have a quorum, so,
it's a
most-
subcommittee.
Yeah,
It's just,
it's only a subcommittee.
If anyone else, I know some other people were
One or
available,
2
I'm available
trustees
on
and,
the 23rd.
one,
so.
a couple of.
Jan be on it since this is information that she needs?
I'm sorry.
I said, shouldn't Jan be on the subcommittee
Yeah.
since it's information she needs?
Oh, yes, that
But
that
is she
time's not
available
working
for the
for you,
23rd?
that's
We'll
right.
find,
I'm
Jamie,
sorry.
maybe we can find another time.
Well, you know
Yes.
what?
Okay, then
Yeah.
Jan and I will work with you guys.
and we'll,
Yeah,
we'll find a
I'm
time,
sorry,
so
yeah.
we'll make it work.
I'm
Yeah, we
sorry.
can find it.
We all have to learn to respect each other too. Okay, good. So that's gonna put away all these procedures, okay? So we just saved an hour at least. Okay, moving on.
We would go to old business, I think.
Yeah.
Unless-
We're not gonna do, I'm not gonna do the evaluation of, it's a long process, okay? And, Erin will probably, we're gonna plan on her evaluation and review doesn't come till September. So in August, we'll work with her and, we'll work as a team, the board, and we'll come up with the procedure, or the specific measurement tool. And then we'll be ready to, I'm sorry, what
What
about?
about the person who requested
Mm-mm.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, am I doing the wrong thing?
Mhm.
Oh,
Are you talking about the library director's job description and evaluation?
oh, that's what I was talking
I
about.
was not.
Oh,
Okay.
okay,
I
okay,
didn't know he was
yes,
not
I
that
know.
person's weight.
okay. Let's just resolve this, that we're gonna defer this, okay, until August.
The library
The
director's.
library, the director's review and the director's description, job description,
Not the
okay?
review, but
Not
the
the
review
yeah.
sheet.
Not the review,
Evaluation
the
form and then
evaluation
job
form, and then her review is due in, okay, in
Whatever it is.
September, yeah. Okay, now, we wanna talk about the, yes,
Well, no.
the,
Mhm.
what, oh,
The non-public session.
yes, yeah, no, I'm saying,
You wanna get the information that we got from the,
Yeah, I can. I called because it was the first time we had anybody ask for a public hearing on review of a review. So I spoke to the attorney at NHMA, and he said the only thing you have a right to a public hearing for is disciplinary or termination proceedings. So he asked me if we had any additional policies around that. I said we didn't, and so he said that then we would default to 91A and we would do it as we normally would.
okay. Let me explain, because probably most of you are wondering what we're even talking about, okay? In the RSA's, we're required to approve of promotions, merit, merit checks and stuff, merit bonuses and stuff. So what we, in the past, the library, we didn't do our job, so we didn't ask to see anything, okay? Now we were brought to our attention that we need to do our job. So we're coming up with a procedure to work with the director or her representatives and ourselves, and they just come to us and they say, they're not talking about a specific person. They're saying, we did a review on John Doe. This is his review from his supervisors. This is our standard in our bylaws and the policy, the personnel policies. Did you need to know something? Okay, go ahead.
That's all right, if you want to finish your
No.
it's just from the standpoint that, when we go into non-public session, we can discuss an individual, because we're discussing an individual, that's why the non-public session under 91A column -3 or colon 3, would happen in a non-public session because we would be using a person's name. The reason for doing this is to make sure that over the course of the whole year, that we make sure that the evaluation processes for each segment of the department and the library happens on a consistent basis, and that we have seen that happens. So that's why the discussion.
Okay. So we do need a 91A then if we're
We
going to
do
use the
need
name.
we do need a non-public
Yes.
session.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a non-public session if we use the name. And basically, it's unfortunately, it's an overview that we're supposed to take, okay? And that's what it is. We would not dream of saying that, oh, well, I don't think that person deserves that amount, or that, that evaluation type of thing. As a supervisor, you would know that, okay? What we're doing is you're telling us, this is their evaluation, this is their score. If you look at the personnel policy, if they get an A, they get 100. If they get, you know what I mean? It's just everyone, that way we're just looking to see that everyone's being treated fairly. That's all we're doing. It's looking at the policy and making sure that the policies are following through. Go ahead.
I think the public is probably very confused about what we're talking about. Colleen, our librarian, is up for a review. She was reviewed by Director Erin Matlin. That review is then going to be
Point of information,
Yep.
You are already violating the situation because you're using a person's name.
That person emailed the board and said, I wish for this to be made public.
Erin just Maura just gave you the information as
She didn't
regards to
qualify
this,
that, for that.
saying that you can't request it unless it's actually in the bylaws and in the personnel policy, which we don't have anything.
Could we
Whatever.
ask the person if they wanna come up and,
No,
No.
it has nothing to do with that.
I think-
If we shouldn't be discussing it by name, because that's the whole point.
that person has released us of,
That
The
doesn't
no-
matter.
Point of order,
Nope.
when there was a non-public about my promotion, Jan, you said my name in the meeting to everyone, that's on camera, after.
Excuse me, what?
When there was a non-public
That's
about
Nick
my
who's not
promotion, you said my name publicly on camera the next meeting, when you were discussing the previous non-public.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
you did,
Well,
and people
It's
said,
on camera.
Oh, okay, that's fine, but I'm telling you right
Okay,
now,
but
you have
again,
this
I
discussion.
was-
Okay.
No,
I
you
was
have
talking,
this.
please let me finish.
Okay, can we stop the conversation, please?
Please let me finish.
This isn't a conversational thing.
Right, but I was,
Okay.
I had the floor and I was interrupted.
You're-
What I am saying is that an individual who needs to have a review done had asked the entire board to waive the privacy privilege. That privacy privilege protects people so that information is not made public if they don't want it to be. But they've waived it. And many of the board members said, we honor that employee.
But when you look at the law does
The law
not
does
support it.
not keep us from speaking if that person has waived it. That is a protection that she has disregarded.
So, I would ask respectfully that we get that in writing, because I too did a little research, and, employees do have a right to a public meeting, and for certain employees, that meeting must be held in public. It is under 91A. You can look it up, Jan, if you like, or I can get you a copy of it.
I have the copy.
Employees' right to a public meeting. For certain employees, the meeting must be held in public if the employee affected, number one, has a right to a public meeting, parentheses, which refers to a written rule entitling them to a public airing of the matter, and number two, requests the meeting be open and in public. So if you would like to get a legal opinion and get that written to us, that would be very helpful, because clearly we have a disagreement in the law. And I think that, may I finish? I think that when you speak with attorneys, probably most of them will tell you, as they have about our RSAs, they are very broad, and a lot of them are absolutely open for interpretation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. John?
I would suggest, now that you have a legal procedure with an actual appointed lawyer for you, I know, Maura, you said you contacted the New Hampshire Municipal Association, but since you have a personal lawyer, and this is the person who would be representing you should this go awry, I would recommend you get it in writing from that lawyer before proceeding.
I don't agree because they said the only situation was discipline.
We always
It's
want
not-
data,
yeah,
bring
it's
us the
not
data.
written.
That's what's in the RSA.
As we said, the RSAs are open for interpretation. Get it in writing, bring it to the board.
Jen?
We are not doing the evaluation of this employee. That happens between the employee and her supervisor, and if she wishes to have that in public, she can choose to have that in public. This is evaluating the process, and the reason for having the non-public session is because of, names being used.
I would also like to say, the board was not informed of what our non-public session is about. So
Cause
we're
I
all-
just got a call yesterday and they need it, or the day before.
Okay, but
They
I'm just
requested
saying,
it.
we are
Okay.
sitting here not knowing what the non-public session is about. So presumably it would have been, an employee evaluation, but
Well, no,
who knows?
didn't you read all the emails? It's
I
that
read
we were
each
firing
email.
you.
as they come in.
Oh, man.
It was basically, that was the
That was another
scuttlebutt.
discussion,
Yeah.
It was one person's concern.
Yeah.
It wasn't a flood of emails, it
Yeah.
was one person's concern. I can even name the person because I remember what I read. But
That's how
She was
rumors get
defending
started. Is one person says and then everyone jumps on it and
it wasn't really
they
rumor, it was
latch
one
onto it.
person asking for clarification.
Doesn't matter, that's just how
But what is
rumors
the
start.
non-public? Like,
And now
what is
look at
that?
you, you're the secretary again anyway.
I want to respect this employee's wishes, but I also don't wanna leave them hanging and not
Mhm.
move forward with this important discussion.
Well, she's got a review due, yeah.
Right, so I think we probably should move to non-public and seek out from our lawyer, and I've already written down in my bylaws for future information that we could allow employees to waive
Yes.
that right and
Yeah.
allow things to be happen in public session.
Are you prepared to,
That's not accurate, I don't think.
Well, I didn't, but I put it as a note for myself for our future bylaw discussion.
Donna, are you prepared to do that Erin's already worked with you or something, you know what?
I think Donna is the
I'm the
supervisor.
supervisor, so
Oh, you are?
I'm
Oh, okay,
prepared.
we're all set. Okay.
My concern is that if you do this, you've treated one employee one way, and then if you find out that in the future, employees can waive this and can have it in public session, you did not honor it for this one, it's going to be a problem.
That's what I'm saying, I think.
So do what, we delay it another month?
Or we could
Well,
honor that employee.
Is that employee here?
No. we-
She's right
Yeah.
now.
Yes, she is.
But, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, point of order.
Yep.
We followed the procedure, well, I didn't know it was the procedure that Sean was going to designate, but we followed a procedure to ask questions of the New Hampshire Municipal Association. Maura called the information, was told information from their attorney, about this question, and they said that we did not have, a need, that we didn't have that because they weren't being directly evaluated by us. We were evaluating the evaluation.
Which how do you do when you can't identify her in the room?
I didn't say who she
Yeah,
was.
we're evaluating our employee. Erin's our employee, we're evaluating her, we're just confirming that everyone's being
And
handled.
on what basis? Like, what is our role?
Excuse me,
I'm
excuse
asking
me,
for
I'm still
clarification.
talking, okay? I'll try not to interrupt you too, okay, when I do it, okay? I'm just saying. There we go. Anyway, that's my grandson would do that. No, we're basically trying to follow the laws. We're reading the RSAs. Lawyers are telling us an interpretation. If you saw 3 different lawyers, they'd probably have 3 different interpretations. I agree with you perfectly on that, okay? At some point in time though, we have to decide, and Sean had told us to go through this agency and, go with their word. So that's what we're doing, okay? And so, basically, right or wrong, it's something we were mandated to do, and we were told by, basically, not our bosses, the taxpayers are our boss. We work for the taxpayers. Okay, you like it, right? Sometimes I'm not sure if it's good or bad, that's bad. Yes, John?
What section of 91A are you going out under? Specifically, what section?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Is it 91A?
He wants that.
What section?
Oh, yeah, we need to
Specifically,
look at
what
that.
section are you going
We
out?
need to pull up the
A,
RSAs.
91A:3, 11C.
No, it's not 11, it's 2.
2, that's a
Oh,
2,
sorry, 2,
that's a
yeah.
2, yeah. I don't know the
Alright,
difference
so
between
I don't know
them.
what question was asked of
Yeah.
the attorney at the Municipal Association, and I've been through this before. Under C, the employee has rights. I would strongly urge you to contact the labor attorney who you've hired and get an opinion. Because what I always found is when you go too fast and you assume you know the answer, it usually opens you up to liability, so be careful.
Okay. My personal take on this is it's new grounds for everyone. But this employee needs to get reviewed and the wage given, the salary increase or you know, the merit and everything, you know, so, you know, I personally would say, if she doesn't mind everyone hearing it, because it's not gonna, but there are other board meeting members who are not comfortable with that, you know? So maybe, what are we gonna do, just not approve this merit, I mean, just,
My recommendation would be to, put this off for a month. You can always pay people retroactively, back to the date of the evaluation.
well, we have the option. We can put it off for a month, or we can do what we've always done and have the manager give the merit that, you know, that she would give, and then get the process going, you know, once we've got all of our ducks in order and we know what the law is. So that's an option too.
I think I'm leaning towards more of the contacting the lawyer after hearing what Donna said about
Yeah.
making it fair that one employee was not given, an advantage or a preference, and that I would be concerned with making sure that we weren't violating anything.
And again, the question we have is, do we delay in back pay, or do we, you know?
Legally have to.
Huh? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, we legally have to pay her
Yeah.
what she did.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not saying we wouldn't legally pay her back pay, but what I'm saying is, do we delay that process of the promotion, but give her back the money, or whatever it is, bonus, or whatever it is, give her back that money once we've established with the lawyers what the procedure should be? No? Yeah? Colleen? I know, moving along, you're right. Thank you. You need to
I'm
do
being
this
very
from now
respectful
on.
and just using my hand motions today, Liz.
No, I don't
I'm
think-
trying.
Colleen, would you mind, I mean, you'll get your review and stuff, and, you know, and basically, would you mind waiting and getting back pay for that 1 month so we can clarify it with the doctor, with the doctor, with the lawyer?
Yes, yes, you are.
I mean,
Be honest.
honestly, I requested it to be in public, and I'm not afraid of what my supervisor is gonna say. The reason I requested it to be in public was because this is new to all of the staff, where it's going before the board, and I think this sets a precedent to see what is actually going to happen, whereas in non-public, we don't know what board members are gonna say. I would like to know what you're gonna say in response to Donna's review of me. I think by requesting public, it provides transparency and accountability, and also provides me with protection.
Okay, how about will someone make a motion that we accept her, you know, wavering of her, having it done in private, and make a motion, we make a vote, and we'll follow whatever the vote is. If the vote is, you know, that, yes, we'll do it, then I'm gonna tell you, this is gonna be taking 5 minutes maybe for this thing, and we talked about it for 30, okay?
Doesn't Helen already have a motion on the floor right now?
I don't think so.
No, I thought you did.
I think she was thinking out a process of what we can do.
Oh, saying contacting lawyer to be fair to all employees,
Right, I
that's what
didn't
you were
say
leaning
motion.
towards, okay.
Yeah,
So Madam Chair, I would make a motion that we hold a meeting at Colleen's request in public. At a date to be determined, or should we determine a date right now? I mean, we can't keep her waiting forever.
oh, I thought we were gonna do it right now.
Oh, then let's do it right now. I'm with you. Colleen, you ready? I make a motion that we get this rolling tonight.
I'll second.
Yes, point
As
of
part
order.
of the discussion, I don't feel comfortable taking part in that evaluation. So, I just wanna say that, cause I think that the clarification, we've been given clarification on it, and we can get additional clarification by whoever. But I think if we go forward in this, and then it was inappropriately done, then there's more issues for, causing problems, cause you said you had discussions about this person, prior to this.
My other concern is that if we then find out that this is not permissible, and then the other employees may feel like, someone, I think first of all, if someone's not comfortable voting on it, they should abstain. No, they should not, they should, or vote no, exactly, so yes.
In reviewing past minutes from many years ago, and from my experience being here for 20 years, the previous director at times would report merit increases to the board in public with their names and the merit. So it has happened in the past too. So
That doesn't mean it was legal or.
No.
I'm just saying there is precedent, so that might cover some of the situation today. I'm just sharing.
And also, we have to remember 91A has not been enforced that many years ago. I mean, before it, it might have existed, but it didn't take the importance that it takes now.
Right, I was just giving you an option
Yes,
because
thank
past
you.
presidents we've done similar.
Yes,
It's a public fund though, so the public has the right to that information, I would guess.
yeah.
Right, so it's not a secret who's got merit pay. They've earned it, it's publicly funded salaries.
They'll find out about it when the vote comes out.
Well, the one good thing is, I bet it's gonna be a good one anyway. And it's gonna take all of 5 minutes. And the employee has waived her rights. We have a difference of opinion. What we're going to do first is we're going to vote if we are actually going to do the review.
We have a motion from
Yes.
Nancy
And I
and
second.
Yes, okay, so we're gonna, I think we've all had enough conversation. Beth, would you start the roll call?
Hi, Beth Morocco.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
I, Holly Canary.
In respect to the employee, Liz Thomas.
No, Jan McLaughlin.
Abstain, Maura Ryan.
No, Christine Fitzgerald. I'm just going by what the
3 to 4.
attorney said to us, so.
Yeah. So the motion carries, So I think at this time, there's a quorum even if the rest of the board steps out, and I think they should step out if they're uncomfortable. I would
I'm
just
I won't be taking someone else will need to take the meeting minutes then.
for the no, I mean just for a minute. This is gonna take 5
She's
minutes.
asking us to step out.
No, just for 5 minutes. Yeah, you're not gonna take minutes for the non-public, right? Yeah. Just 5 minutes, okay?
I'll take the minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Point of order,
Yeah,
if it is approved, can we waive the no clapping for a minute and congratulate our town employee?
when no, I'm sorry, my boss told me no. Works. Jan, she holds the purse strings, so I'm good to her. Okay, all right, here we go.
So when you're ready, if there's any time frame, let's do this. Okay?
Yes, yeah, there's not time, we're gonna be out of here 5 minutes, out of this one, 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, if members are leaving, they need to recuse.
They're not going home, they're just stepping out for that one vote, but they need to recluse themselves for the one vote.
For their own protection, they should recuse themselves.
Okay. You recluse yourself.
I recuse myself from the discussion, yes.
Okay, ask more
not
and,
correct.
yeah. No, I wouldn't expect anyone to, if they're not comfortable, to stay, Okay, we wanna shut the doors, come in if you want, or we're gonna shut the doors, okay?
I don't think you have to shut the doors.
I recuse myself.
No, the public doesn't leave.
Nobody needs to leave.
Okay,
Recorded.
all right. You recluse yourself too?
Sure, okay.
Okay, honey, thanks. Okay, are we ready? All right, how about hearing the review? Colleen?
Okay, Colleen Majors is our senior library technician, one of our senior library technicians. She is an exemplary employee. She's been working at the library for 14 years. And this year in particular, last year she did some professional development in children's services, related to children's services. And for this year, she has really implemented some of that, including by planning, proposing, and facilitating a new children's program called Growing Up Wild. And that is using resources provided by New Hampshire Fish and Game. We've gotten positive feedback, good attendance from that, and I'm very happy to have it. And so it's been great to see her kind of grow into that area. She does a wide range of, fulfills a wide range of job responsibilities here, and I will say that in terms of time management, she's amazing in being able to do all of that. And last year, at the end of the summer, she was actually taking on more to oversee the children's summer reading program while one of our staff members was on leave. And she did that very well. And I honestly, we couldn't have done it without her. So really appreciate that. And even while we remain understaffed for these periods throughout the year, she has really stepped up to do more desk coverage. And I also wanted to say, in regards to the GMILKS migration, that especially in terms of tech services, instead of only learning her part of the process, she was really interested in learning the entire process because she wanted to know how her part affected everyone's. And that's really amazing to me because she's able to give us some suggestions on how to be more efficient because she understands how her part affects the team's work. So those are kind of the highlights I wanted to present. I can certainly answer questions if you'd like, but I did recommend her for the full 3.5% merit for outstanding rating.
I'm sorry, 3.5% for?
An outstanding rating on her review.
Okay, yeah, outstanding. And is that for a raise or is that for a merit?
So it's merit. She is at the top, since she's been here so long, she is the top of her pay range. So it would not affect her hourly rate. It would be like a overclassification award.
Okay, so it's like a one-time, it would be a one-time payment.
Yes.
And how much would that be?
So if my math is correct, and I will
we're not
say,
gonna hold you to it.
that would be $2,398.76.
There's only 4 of us. Conversation?
So I think she's amazing.
Yeah, me too. How do you think that she could present herself so that she can also be a mentor and a role model for other staff members? I mean, she's already doing that, but sounds to me like we have an amazing employee here and we should really put her to that task.
I do feel like that is already happening. Part of the senior title role does involve serving in that mentorship capacity, whereas you're not necessarily like directly supervising anyone,
Sure.
but you are like a great resource. And that is something that I mentioned in the review, that a lot of staff turn to her for information, for even a glimpse at like what we've done in the past type of thing, 'cause she is very knowledgeable. But if you're thinking more of something more formal, I'm not sure what that would look like, but we could definitely think about it.
I have something formal.
I think that when we have amazing, staff, that we always want to make sure that we, for lack of a better word, are using them to their fullest capacity. And it sounds to me like, Colleen, you would be someone that would be wonderful mentoring other individuals or new people that start in our library. So that's just a comment.
Sure. Thank you.
Beth,
Just
yeah,
wanna-
I don't think we can have exchange during this time, okay?
I wanted to acknowledge that in addition to all that, Colleen also does all the financial reporting. So Jan's had the benefit of having all of the numbers kind of analyzed and calculated, and I mean, she is a human calculator. Like, there isn't a penny out of place because she is so completely thorough, that she wouldn't sleep at night if she thought a penny was missing. So she just, above and beyond, you know, just what you can report in a little evaluation. She does so many, like, if Colleen was gone, we would suddenly realize, oh dear, she filled so many holes that we just take for granted because she is just so fluid in what she can do. So I just really appreciate, as a patron, everything you've contributed in your time here. So thank you very much.
Okay, I have another take, okay? All right. I'm not doubting that at all, that she's deserving of it, okay? Not whatsoever, okay? My take is from the financial end, okay? I'm very concerned that when the board, when the library went before the budget committee a year ago to get funding, and they were asked to cut $30,000 because of the amount of merit that was given out, okay? The librarian stated that it was because we have a lot of part-time employees and they don't get anything, and that's, benefits, and that's how, we award them, and to keep their service, okay? Which was, when she said that at the next board meeting, I thought, wow, good for you, girl, And then I found out that, oh, well, actually, just about, every employee gets benefits. They just don't get retirement and pension, and medical, retirement and pension, medical, okay? But they do get, so it was a misinterpretation already to get that funding for merits, okay? Then, the next question was asked, do full-time people get the merit? And they were told no, okay? And that's in the minutes.
I don't think that's true.
I'm on the budget committee. We were told they were not guaranteed a merit increase, but merit increases were allowed.
Okay.
And that the merit increases were actually in the budget per whatever they figured they might be giving out for merit increases. That influx, that upwards influx was put into the budget.
So you're not uncomfortable with the
Not
way
at all.
that the conversation went as representing the budget committee?
Not at all.
Okay, I just needed to express that because it was brought to my attention, okay? And so therefore, I think we need to take a vote now, okay? And the vote would be, if we're going to give her the full merit, there's 4 of us, 3 would be a quorum, okay?
Make a motion, right?
Make a motion.
I make a motion to give Colleen the full merit increase for
Okay.
this value grade.
Second.
Okay, any conversation? Okay, roll call.
Beth Marco?
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
Helen Keller, yes.
Liz Thomas, no. She still gets it. I have to vote my conscience, okay? Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
can I just make a point? So I just did some quick math.
yeah,
So if you take $2,398.76 and divide that by 12 months, that's $199.83 per month, which breaks down to $49.95 per week, and that does not account for removing taxes from that money. So, what are we doing?
yeah, no, and you know what? You went for it, and I'm glad she got it, okay?
No,
I just had to
I
vote
just-
my conscience.
I understand.
That's what I said, I
understand.
said,
I
you 3 of
understand.
you got it, okay?
Just
Yeah.
so you know that the overclassification is in the personnel policy as current, so it's already being followed. And I believe Erin puts in the maximum allowable raise when she did the budgeting because
Yeah.
we hope that everybody does. So it's already budgeted in there for this
Yeah.
year. I'm just sharing that.
Okay, thank you. All right, we got a whole lot of other things on here, but, I would like to get, I think, to the 2 library positions. Everyone good with that?
Do you wanna invite them back
Oh,
in?
can we ask the other trustees to come back then?
Well done,
Thank you, Colleen.
Congratulations.
Now, that wasn't too painful, was it? Oh, yeah, let's do those. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to old business, okay?
Get everybody's fired down, they're trying to keep it moving.
Oh, I thought you were going with dinners.
Okay, we're starting now. Okay? All right, old business.
Donna, acceptance of unanticipated funds.
Yes. Okay, the list for today's meeting.
From now on, guys, pack a lunch.
Apparently, we've been here for several hours now.
Yeah, but it's been actually more
But look at
pleasant
what
than
we've
usual,
gotten
right?
done.
Okay, are we ready? You ready, Donna?
Yep.
Yep, okay.
Okay, there are, I have two from the adult summer reading program, that Becca spoke to one of them already. There were 2 bags of potting soil, 25 packets of seeds from the Londonderry Home Depot. That was a $78.60 value. We also received a second gift card donation from Pasquale's. That was a $25 gift card that will be used for a prize for adult summer reading. And then outside of summer reading, there are 3 more donations. There is an anonymous donation coming from the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation in the amount of $2,500, and that is to be used specifically for summer reading programs. The money, I have an email here from Justin Campo, the finance director. The money will be, it's a little bit of a unique situation where it's going to be added directly to the library's town budget instead of going through the Board of Trustees. And they would add the revenue from that donation as we spend it for summer reading programs. I can read further about that if you have any questions, or if Justin would be the one to ask for more information.
Can we just get a copy of the email, please?
Sure.
I mean, you can, just email it. I just need an email,
me too.
I don't know.
Yep. Write a note real quick. All right. So that one's a little bit of a unique scenario. The Dairy Medical Center Charitable Foundation donated $1,000 to us again this year. It will be used for mainly materials. The staff have determined that we could use more Tonys because those have been very popular. And Wonder Books, those are the books that come with an audio player attached to them.
Yeah.
They're awesome. We also could use some of that money to put towards the seed library because that has been really, really popular and we are running out of seeds. So we would like to supply more seeds, to the library. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, with the seed library
Yeah.
upstairs, the old card catalog.
So
Can you tell me the amount again on the dairy medical center?
1,000 even. And then the final donation is $300 from Deborah M. Donovan. This is in memory of Michael J. Donovan. And is there is a, I apologize, I did not bring the letter downstairs. There is a letter I would like to share with you from her. And it is specifically to be used for materials having to do with outdoorsmanship and environmental education.
Alright, you done?
That is the list.
I make a motion to accept the unanticipated funds under RSA, you gotta read the thing. Why did I have to start it? RSA 202-A:4-C and RSA 202-A:4-D.
Second.
Any discussion?
Call
I make a, I
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
I, Helen Palmieri.
Liz Thomas, aye.
James Lawson, aye.
I'm Maura Ryan.
I, Christine Fitzgerald.
Okay,
Sorry, alternates.
yes, we're gonna vote for alternates again. We had voted earlier this year to defer the vote, and so, now, we had a problem. We were gonna have a second meeting this month, and, you know, cause we have so much work. And I gotta tell you, I'm encouraged we're getting through a lot of it tonight, but we got tons of it, okay? What happened, I couldn't get a quorum because some board members were not available, myself included, okay? And, for medical reasons and other reasons, okay? So I really think that I think probably one of the only boards in town that doesn't use the alternates, okay? And I really feel like in the past, you know, the RSAs and the laws allow us to have up to 3 alternates, so you don't get stuck in a situation where you can't have a meeting and get the business done. In the past, I think people got bogged down, from what I remember of the conversations of, let's be honest, they're afraid of partisanship. This should be nonpartisan, but everyone knows, you know, there's still partisanship in this world, okay? So, you know, and so rather than, you know, the question was, well, how are we going to do this without, you know, having partisanship? And the vehicle that the town does, or that the law allows and the town does, is the town council assigns the job of alternate, okay? And they post the job, and anyone can apply to it, and then they interview and they award the job to anywhere from 1 to 3, and we get to choose whichever we want, okay? I had at one time suggested using the voting from March, because we have 3 other people that were really close, you know, to the person, you know, to the other 3, you know, type of thing. So I thought that would be the whole body of the town voting for it, but then other people were concerned that there might still be partisanship. Doesn't guarantee you, cause it goes to the town council, that there won't be either. But I think that, you know, everyone as a person, as an individual, has a right to recommend to the town a person, you know, anyone they want. I would prefer not to do it as a board, because I think it's just gonna create more discourse, and we're gonna have trouble meeting a meeting of the minds to pick 3 people or 2 people or something. So my suggestion is, if we've gotta first vote to have alternates, then we have to decide how we're gonna do it. I just wanted to lay out the options, okay?
Okay. Madam Chair, I did some research the past few days, and I found a couple things of interest, one being from the New Hampshire Municipal Association, so some information I can share about that. But I also looked into what local communities were using alternates in their library trustees specifically. Wyndham does not have any that they are using. Goffstown has begun the process, and what I thought was interesting was they have it listed on their website who has applied and what their qualifications are, why they were interested in the position. It was like they could bring to the group, which I thought was really interesting. Bedford is currently using them, but what's interesting with Bedford is they only have 3 trustees. So that was something I thought interesting in particular. So they have more of a need than we would.
Yeah, because
So they bring somebody in when they need it. Derry also uses them in a similar way. So after reading that and reading some more information, I thought about it. We are a group of 7, and one of my greatest concerns was adding more circus and more voice that I didn't think was necessary. We also have never had an issue, except for possibly this upcoming meeting on the 23rd, where we wouldn't have a quorum. So I would only feel comfortable with having to use an alternate if we did not have a quorum. I would not want to have an alternate just replace one of us who is missing. Because if one of us is missing, we still have 6. If 2 of us is missing, we still have 5. So I would only want to use an alternate if we needed it for quorum purposes. That's my opinion.
Beth, go ahead.
I also would like to add that there are some areas in town where we do have alternates. We have a may, clause. We may assign alternates. but we are elected, and an alternate isn't, and would have the opportunity to vote, but no, but there would, whoever that alternate is, there would be no stipulation that they have to attend meetings, they have to be aware of discussions that the board has already had, so they would literally just be coming in and just yay or naying things, but maybe having missed all the discussion that came before. And, you know, again, you elected us, an alternate would be a volunteer, but a volunteer with no kind of long-term skin in the game.
Jan,
Discussion,
we're going down the.
along that same line is, typically boards that have alternates have a requirement that the alternates attend every meeting, so that that doesn't happen, so that they aren't uninformed and are only being called in for, you come in next week, because we don't have a quorum next week, or whatever. But sometimes when you don't have a quorum, it's because something happened at the last minute, so you have to not be there. But typically alternates, my understanding is that alternates attend on a regular basis.
Not
So, well, that's how they're used at the planning board and
Yeah.
other committees.
Yeah, not all committees, have that stipulation. Christine.
So Beth mentioned that, an alternate would be coming in not knowing, the history or previous discussions. It's not to say that they haven't already been following discussions, and when you're elected, you're coming in brand new. Do you know what I mean? If you haven't followed, if you've only followed, say, 6 months or a year previous to you being elected, then you don't recall everything that happened before that, unless you go back and read meeting minutes or watch videos.
Right.
So that's how someone could get
But the town ends up pointing.
someone can get up to date on what's happening, and as Jan also said, that that's how the rest of the town runs their alternates, is that yes, people are elected, but they get selected by the town council, they put their names in, they get interviewed, and then they make a decision.
And Mark, do you have any thoughts? No. Well, no, you have thoughts, but you don't want to share them. No. Okay, the one thing I'm gonna point out that doing in the reading and the research, it appears that the alternate would not sit at the table and participate in conversation unless they were put in the trustee position for that one meeting, okay? So there wouldn't be a lot of extra conversation because you don't have 3 other bodies conversing, okay? The other thing is, I don't know, I just feel like we've discussed this enough, we know what the law is, we know that there's risk. Normally, we don't have a problem, but in the future, who knows, I think it also, I feel it's a growing place for people who want to do this to come in and get some experience, then they can run or rerun, and now they're more known. Some of us cannot have to run anymore, type of thing if we choose to, and I think that it's an opportunity for growth in the community, to get more people involved. But I think that I'm gonna take a couple more comments, and then I think we need to call a vote, because I'm sure all of us know how we're gonna vote anyway, okay? So let's go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that the other boards in town that have alternates, most of them are all appointed ones anyway.
Yeah.
They're not elected boards, and that is one area of concern for me. And looking at that's why I like the idea of what Goffstown had in terms of people had to apply first, or at least say, these are the qualifications by which I would make a good library trustee alternate. And I think that's an important piece that we need to not lose
I
in the
got
process.
2 more than you, okay? Yeah, go ahead, Donna.
My suggestion would be, since you're looking at your bylaws out already, that you should have a section about alternates and how exactly the expectations will fall, so that they know coming in, like they're not going to be, if this is what you decide, they're not going to be part of every discussion, they're only going to participate if you need a quorum, or however you decide. But then it's laid out plainly for the public to understand, for them to understand, for you to understand. That's my suggestion.
Okay, and again, I'm not willing to delay this anymore, but, Christine, that's my opinion.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Matt, do we know for certain that on an elected,
Name and address, please.
yes, Paul Scudlar,
Address?
20 Woodbine Drive,
Woodbine.
Woodbine.
Thank you.
Do we know for certain that on an elected board, that an alternate can be simply assigned by town council or another body? I don't know if in these other towns, if alternates were elected.
Your alternates are sworn in, okay?
I understand that.
Yeah,
This is an elected board,
yeah,
okay? You're talking about an alternate now.
yeah,
You won't be elected,
yeah.
you'll be appointed.
No, and you're only appointed through the rest of the year. You're not appointed for 3 years now. You're only elected, you're only appointed till the following election.
Okay, I think we need to be certain if we put the
It-
cart before the horse, or we actually.
Well,
want to do this.
I
It
mean,
is allowed.
Okay.
I spoke to the town council personally, okay, to the chair and vice chair, and they explained the process that they do, that how it goes, okay? And I did, the research and looking at the RSAs and stuff, and, I mean, the RSA is very clear. We are allowed up to 3 alternates, and all we do is we tell the town council, and they select it. That's what the RSA is, okay? Christine?
I'd like to make a motion that we, ask the town council to interview and select 3 alternates for the Board of Trustees.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
I'd like to offer an amendment,
Okay, go
but
ahead.
only to be used if you don't have a forum.
Oh, yeah, no, an alternate is always, you have to have a vacant chair.
Well, like,
For the night,
I
for the day.
don't want anyone, if I'm absent, I don't want you to pull in somebody and just stick them in Helen's chair for the night. Not everyone can be Helen.
Okay.
I want it to be a situation, sorry,
No
I
one
know for the
can
laugh.
be Helen.
But, I need
No.
it to be a situation where we need it for quorum purposes. Otherwise, we already have a quorum, we don't
Oh.
need another alternate, we don't need another voice. That's my amendment, but.
I would second that.
Yeah,
A discussion.
So we have to vote on
discussion on that.
The problem we ran into when Kim resigned was that there, a couple times we ended up, split because we no longer had an uneven number of people that were voting on the situation.
Our
So-
bylaws say a quorum is 4.
I understand that.
There you
I'm
go.
just saying the problem we had was that we no longer had an uneven number.
I guess, if someone wants to make that amendment, we'll vote on it, but I really don't, I personally think that, if you have 3, my plan, the idea is you have 3, and what they do is they take turns. So A is one time, and, B's not there, so it goes to C, and then you go through the list again, okay? So it's not like you pick and choose who you want. You have a prescribed procedure.
My research showed lottery was often used.
Lottery,
Was
that's a
extended.
good idea too. You can do, or actually what's gonna happen is you're gonna pick whoever's in the audience.
Well, I think you have to be told
You're
ahead
lucky.
of time. You may
Yeah,
have to tell them ahead of time.
that's true, yeah, and then okay. But I mean, let's not worry about how we're gonna do it. We're going to have to lay out how we're gonna do it right away, okay? But first of all, let's get to the vote, okay? The thing is, if someone wants to amend it and vote, that you have to have a quorum, have to use them only to make a quorum, then we can vote on it, and then if that
No, but we
doesn't
still
pass.
have my motion that hasn't
I
been
know,
voted
but
on yet.
she amended it, so we have to vote on her
Yeah.
amendment, and then we have to vote on your motion.
See, what happens is you vote on the amendment, if that doesn't pass, then it goes right back to your amendment, okay? So,
Did you have something?
Yeah, just, the RSA is 202A:10, which says the Board of Library Trustees, may recommend to the appointing authority, meaning the town council, the names of no more than 3 persons who may serve as alternate members on the board. When elected members of the board are unable to attend a board meeting, the alternate members shall be appointed to 1-year terms.
yeah, and basically, well, it's a 1-year term, but I guess it's a rolling one, or they just wait till the event? It has nothing to do with the election, though. It's a rolling one-year term, then, huh? Okay, well, that's what it says. Okay, did someone second your motion?
Yes,
your
Nancy
motion?
did.
Okay, okay, can we call the vote for, on that one? Okay, that you'd have to have a quorum. You have a question first?
Yes, can we just reread the exact wording?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Christine, can you read your part again and then I'll read mine from my head?
To ask the town council to interview and assign 3, alternates for the board of trustees.
May I amend my amendment as well?
Yes, you
I
may.
would like the, applicants for alternate to provide qualifications for why they would be a good library trustee, and I would like them to only be put into use when needed for a quorum at a meeting.
I would second that.
Okay, I mean, I would assume that that they would be asked by the town council why, you know, so we can
Just wanna
suggest.
put it on record.
Yeah, you know, we can put on, no, this.
No, when you go, excuse me, like, just say, like, for example, when the school board goes to appoint someone
Yeah.
that has, you know, decided not to run, or they leave in the middle of the term, people have to apply.
Yeah.
So I agree, so I would like to see, you know, somebody that is interested, you know, what their interests are, what, you know, why they support the library, you know.
During the interview, they're gonna say, I come, I'm here at most of the meetings anyway, I might as well be voting if I can, you know, type of thing. And you have others that, you know, they put in the, you know, application, and then they think like, do I really wanna do that type of thing, you know? The town council can handle the, how they run the thing.
Oh,
We just have to,
100%, but I
you
would
know,
like to see kind of in writing, you know,
Yeah.
their letter of interest, if you will.
yeah. Okay,
Okay,
so we would
so
suggest, we
are
would
you-
ask that of the town council.
Yep, so that's
Yes.
in my amendment. Okay, so we'll need to vote on my
Okay,
amendment and vote on.
does
So,
do we need
I
that?
just, hold on, I just wanted, so the amendment is to approve for the alternates to provide their qualifications, did you say?
And letter of interest.
Actually, technically, I think you have to withdraw your prior amendment and then restate it.
Okay, I withdraw my prior amendment.
Okay. Go for it. Remember, can you remember? I can't either.
That anyone interested in applying to be an alternate will apply to town council, you know, with a letter of interest that states their qualifications for supporting the library trustees. To be used as an alternate only when needed for a quorum.
Second.
Okay, everyone clear what they're voting on? Beth?
Before we vote though, I feel like the bylaws say that we have to submit up to 3 names. So I feel like people should send their applications to us and then we select 3 names to, I don't know.
No, that's not what the town council said. They said
Okay,
they,
the bylaws say we can submit up to 3 names for town council to choose from.
Oh, no, it does say that. I'm saying that's another vote we have to take.
Okay.
If we want to if we want to.
So those letters of interest would come to us?
Yes, they should. Yeah. We're choosing
Well,
them.
we don't have a choice
So
of
we're
they
not,
would-
I believe, how I read the bylaws was that we would, just ourselves let the town council know who we think.
Well,
Ourselves, that's
the way,
right.
no, wait.
No, I
The
mean,
way-
it's,
the way
we would
that
get a
it's
list of the
stated.
names and then we would say, we would,
We individually or we collectively?
everyone.
No, hey, okay.
That's not what we did before.
Let me clarify that. That's why I said earlier, we are allowed as a board to not only submit 3 names, but to put in, you know, recommendations, okay?
And they should apply to us. They should send those letters of interest to us.
But what I'm saying is that they're not gonna, we only put in the recommendation.
Of course, that's right, I get
They're
that.
not gonna pick someone just because, you know, we're not gonna pick them, but my point is, I honestly don't think that we're gonna come up with any kind of good solution trying to pick 3 names. You know, I think that you, as an individual, as a board member, but an individual as all of us could go in and recommend whoever we want.
We really only need 1 alternate. cause we're never without a forum.
Well, again.
Well, my motion was for 3.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, they can only pick between 3 people, so.
The board has the option to have up to 3 alternates on its board for 1-year terms. The board shall provide names of interested individuals to the town council, which
Oh,
would
did
then.
it say shall?
Yes. Shall.
Oh, cause I thought I read one may and one could, but
This
yeah.
one does say shall. Which
Okay.
will then be appointed by town council. So. I amend my amendment, I
Does
amend
it say
my
how
amendment.
many names?
Up to,
We can
up
make
to,
up three.
up
No,
to.
does it say how many we forward to the town?
It doesn't specifically
No.
say if.
I
So
thought
we could give them 12.
Yes.
I thought it
12
did,
names
but-
for them to appoint 3 of.
No, we can provide names of interested individuals, so I guess we could determine how many people we send.
So you
vote
can
now.
have everyone apply?
Okay.
So
We're
we-
winding it up, I promise.
We could technically, every letter of interest we get, we could give every single letter to the town council
We could.
and let them decide.
And then they just
Yep.
decide.
That's kind of what they do right now anyway, so.
I just wanted
it
clarification
kind
on
of
the
makes
number of names. I can vote.
your amendment.
Well, we haven't voted on anything, so we
Yeah,
can,
whenever you want me
we
to, I
can
can
change
decide.
any amendment yet at this point. Okay, basically, let's start with one amendment, okay? Who made the first amendment?
I did.
Okay.
Motion or amendment?
Move first.
No, not motion, the amendment.
Oh.
Me.
Okay, let's go with that one. Let's follow the process. If yours carries, then we're done. Then we move on to the specifics. If yours doesn't carry, the next person gets a chance, okay? So that we can move it. Okay, go ahead.
Let me say it again.
Yeah, I
Okay.
want you to say it again, honey. Play it again, say it.
Okay, so what I already said, that I want a list of people, interested individuals to send their, I guess we're now saying, now if I have to withdraw the other one, I will, their letter of interest to us, the board, with their qualifications or why they're interested in being a library trustee, and we will then forward them to the town council for consideration, but we will only use them if we need them for a quorum. So we would contact those people like ahead of a meeting. So and so's not gonna be here, so and so's not gonna be here, so and so's, we're gonna need you to be an alternate tonight.
Well, how are they gonna keep up to date on everything?
Well, they're gonna come to the meetings and sit
Oh,
here.
Okay.
Okay, my problem with that is there's an established written rule at the town council that they get the letters, okay? So we can recommend, we can ask people to send a second letter, but, I think we gotta follow the procedure that the rest of the town follows, okay? So they're gonna get the letters. They're taking it out of the hands of the board, basically, and placing someone, which makes it easier for the board to work, because we don't have to get into arguments about it and stuff. I know, we need
Alright,
to
I'm
move,
gonna,
I know.
alright.
I know, but we gotta get this done. This is our 4th time we've tried, so it's gonna get
Well,
done
we voted on May
tonight.
20th, we voted it down, so.
No, we didn't vote it down, we just postponed it.
No,
I think we voted it down actually.
no, we postponed
Point of
it.
order,
there's an
It was
amendment there that
definitely
we're
said
voting on, right?
postponed. Okay, Donna, I'm sorry. It's really a board issue, but
I was just gonna suggest that your town council liaison is present and could answer some of your questions about
Way out
town
in the
council.
hallway.
Dan.
No, we just.
They
Why
wanted,
do we need more discussion
they
on it?
wanna,
He's up on the green monster.
they wanted a town councilor to weigh in on this. Are you familiar with the town council? Oh God, get this out of my face, I want them. Are you familiar enough that you can weigh in on the process the town council does to pick alternates for boards?
We don't have alternates on the town council.
I beg your pardon, could you say that again?
We do not have alternates on the town
The
council.
town council does not have alternates?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So we're,
That wasn't the question.
That was what I asked her.
Yeah.
that's what she asked me.
Okay.
What was your
But
question?
my question to you is, I'm following the procedures that Ron, Gunn, and Sean told me what they do, okay? And basically, what they said is they get they post the posting for an alternate, they get the letters, okay, or the, resume or whatever, anyone who's interested, just tell them, I wanna run for an alternate, I wanna be selected for an alternate, okay? The board here is saying they would like to vet the individuals and only give them the resumes that they feel would be well suited to being in the library. My fear is at this point, that allows partisanship. You know, that's what I'm trying to move partisanship out of the library, but that's only my take, okay? Go ahead, Nancy, I'm sorry.
That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I wanna vet them at all. I would just like to read their letters of qualification to see who's interested and why. I'm not gonna say, well, this one's good and this one's bad.
Okay.
That's not
No,
what I'm doing.
you're just curious, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think it's our responsibility.
Yeah.
Well, I think if you're looking for alternates and they're gonna be working with you, you would want to know what kind of qualifications they have, and you'd wanna look at that. That's my opinion, but that's totally.
Thank you for that, because what I think, now that I've thought about it, I think the procedure should go to the town council as is. Okay, we should be given a copy so we can look at who's interested, because then, not as a board maybe, but as individuals, as trustees, we can make, we can recommend the people that we think would be best suited.
Can I make a suggestion here?
Yeah, please.
That, maybe what you might wanna do is put it out there, find out who's interested, and then contact, I am your liaison, and let me know what your intents are, so we can, when we present it to the town council, I can speak to that. I can just say, they have vetted these people, they have looked at them, this is what they're recommending. We can go with your recommendation, or we can go our own way.
Yeah,
But
because
it would be nice to hear from the board, all right, your thoughts on, Fred and Susie and Jane and Dawn that want to apply, so that's my thought.
again, I think stick with the process of having them apply to the application is a process, okay? We get to look at everyone who's, applying. We get to decide if we wanna recommend people. We could do it as a board or as an individual. I'm more comfortable to do it as an individual, okay? And then, at that point, the town council, I'm sure they'll probably consider our opinions when we look at the resumes and stuff, but, yes.
Call the question.
Oh, call the question. Okay. Are we all set? Okay, we understand? This is the one that
This is the amendment.
that you amended with, they have to, only when we're not a quorum.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Beth?
Hi, Beth Morocco.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
I own O'Leary.
No, Liz Thomas.
No, Maura Ryan.
No, Christine Fitzgerald.
Okay, can we have another amendment? Someone want to place another amendment?
So
we just vote on,
we can vote on my original motion.
Yes, we go back to you, that's what I'm saying, we go back to your original motion without the codicil. That was added.
So do you need me to repeat my motion?
Anyone want to repeat it? Oh, you
Yes,
know. Okay, I'll call the motion, so.
No, Beth Morocco.
Nancy Hendricks, no.
No, Helen O'Leary.
Liz Thomas, yes.
Maura Ryan, yes.
Christine Fitzgerald, yes.
Okay, so basically my understanding is we voted, go to the town council, now we can choose to, did you say three?
Three.
Okay, so we already have the number, we're gonna go to the town council, where Dan can bring, maybe Dan? You can, he's right there, he's there. You can bring forward to the council that we're looking to we need a posting for 3 alternates to serve 1 year, okay, term of 1 year. And then we'll ask if you will let the town council know that we would like to see copies of the resume or the application so that we can at least weigh in and as I would say, not not as a body, but as individuals. Is everyone uncomfortable with that? What, go ahead.
I think that we made the decision about alternates. I think we can figure out what the procedure is and get that perhaps into our bylaws as we.
Okay, yeah, cause you gotta
I mean, if that's
talk
all
about
right.
rotation and everything, that's all.
I think it's fine to let the town
Yeah.
council know that we're interested in having this when they go after other alternates.
Okay. All right, we're all set?
Yep.
We're all voted on?
Yep.
That was gone to bed. I wish we did. Okay, now,
We already did that.
the what?
Good job.
Good job. Yeah, right here. Okay, we are now gonna discuss, we're not doing tonight, well, some people can make, but not all of us. We're going to now discuss the positions that are going, that to be posted, okay? I have the one here for tech, I have to find the one for children's library, so if you'll just give me a minute. Donna, do you want to start with the tech?
Sure.
Okay, cause I'm trying to fish around, I've got the tech already, but I've got to find the library. Okay, so, why don't you, we'll look at, let's talk about the posting for the tech, okay, first.
Mhm. Do you want me to present?
Before she starts, may I just ask, is this the one that we voted on?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
This is the one that we voted on, and
Yes.
this was the one that was posted?
Yes.
And then it was removed?
Yes.
After
Yes.
after the board voted?
Yes.
Okay, do you understand why it was removed?
No, I don't.
Because
Nobody ever told me.
in the minutes of the meeting, Erin presented the posting, didn't show us the price or anything, but also said very distinctly, this position will not include benefits, okay? But we reminded her, you have to clear the terms, how much you're gonna pay, and stuff. So, and the hours and stuff. Well, she went ahead at the date we said it's possible to post, and posted it, understanding we were saying it's okay to post. We're just saying it's possible to post, you still have to tell us the amount. And then the terms, when she posted it with benefits. So.
Is that true?
No. May I speak to that?
Go ahead.
At that meeting, Nancy specifically said that she trusted the director to post this position with the information that was already given at the meeting. That did not include the pay rate. However, the board has, the pay rate is a direct reflection of the salary ranges, and these the only thing that changes these are COLAs, and the board has already approved the COLAs in the personnel policy. So the rate has been approved by the board.
Well, I don't know who approved the rates, because I'm gonna tell you, I researched the rates, your rate is way too high.
So
Okay?
here's the thing. You already have staff, 6 staff members working in that role, and if you drop that rate minimum significantly, you're going to end up with a pay inequity. And you have people doing the same job for a significantly less amount. And all of our rates are public information. So it's going to be very clear to the public, to the staff, that someone is doing the same work for significantly less pay. My suggestion is, if you're going to proceed with the library technician job, which really has already been approved by the board, that you could consider changing.
In your opinion, it's been approved. It has not been
We
approved.
voted.
It's in the minutes that it was approved.
Right, but
I'm still speaking.
We voted, it could be
I'm
posted, we didn't approve the.
I am still speaking.
Point of order, she was speaking and was
Yes.
given the floor by the chair. I think that we should allow her to speak
Thank you.
uninterrupted.
We'll take it and I'm allowing you to speak.
Thank you.
My suggestion is that if you're concerned that the rate does not match the education, that you could change the education to require a bachelor's if you wish. I also shared with you a very similar position that was posted very recently in Concord that has a very similar pay rate, and the difference is the education. So you could choose to change the education here, and that wouldn't impact your staff who already works here. The other option you have is we have on the salary ranges, there's a position for a library assistant. You could change that pay range because nobody actually is in that position right now, so it wouldn't be impacting staff that you already have here. However, that role is not really what we need. It does not have programming responsibilities. That is the big difference between the assistant and the technician, is there's no programming responsibilities, and we really need someone to work on programs. As you know, we've had this discussion tonight. So it wouldn't truly fulfill our need, but if you're concerned about the pay, that is my suggestion on the way to go.
So, my bigger concern is that the board voted, and the vote was overridden by the chair.
Did you vote a dollar value?
Point
Did
of
you
order,
vote
Nancy
how much?
Hendricks had the floor, excuse me.
She asked, she made a point, I'm rebutting her point, okay?
That's
She
not how
made
that
a
works.
point, I'm rebutting her point.
The answer is, I did not use that language because that was not how I made the motion. And the board voted on the motion that I made. And I have been in touch with the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and I did speak with an attorney by the name of Jonathan Cowell, maybe that's the one you spoke with, and he's let me know, and it doesn't matter, it's not just this board, Liz, it's any board. No chair has the authority to override a vote. And I have that opinion, I actually sent it to you, I don't remember if you sent it to everybody else, but I have it for other people if they would like to read it. I do have some, because you know how I feel about coming to meetings with documents that not everybody has. So if you'd like to pass that around. But that was what really alarmed me. And so I had this conversation with this attorney, and I said, the argument is that this position was the vote was overridden by the chair because the language was not correct. And he said to me, well, what language did you use? And I told him what language I had used. And he said, had you said contingent upon a rate, that would be different. But that was not the language that I used. So I just wanted to let you all know that. And the vote will go however the vote is gonna go, but if anybody wants to take this from the public, I have copies.
Yes, my understanding, the concern I have is the fact that Aaron specifically said during that meeting that there would be no benefits for this position, the library tech position. Whether that's what currently happens or not, I don't know. I'm just saying that's what Aaron represented. Yet when this was posted, that was changed. So that's a big change to go from no benefits to, well, now everything's going to be prorated.
Is that true?
May I answer that?
I'm sorry, I'm not the chair.
I'm ready to call a vote, because I think, I see we're willing to vote. You know what? We want to work with you, we want to get this placed. But apparently, you want everything, the whole house, okay? I mean, we're trying to work with you, okay? You don't want to, you say that you can give the benefits at your will. It says right in the bylaws that only the board can choose to give benefits, okay? And then also, again, I oppose, I wouldn't have even voted on it by the salary. I think you have a highly inflated salary range that you guys have created, you know? And so I know the employees don't feel that way, but I'm just telling you, you're paying someone off the street, high school diploma, first-time person, the bottom, what you've offered them is what Nick has taken 8 years to get up to that salary. Also, he earned his.
For 2 years.
I'm sorry, what?
I believe it was Megan said it took her 8 years, is that correct? Yes, probably.
Oh, wrong person, I'm sorry. Well, it took a whole 2 years to get to that, okay? What I'm saying is, the bottom rate of the salary is not the least amount you pay a position within your organization, okay? And that appears to be how you set your rates, okay?
May I respond?
Go ahead, you may respond.
This is not on the staff. These rates are directly a reflection of the board's policies. They came to be because the board has a personnel policy that makes these change every year. These are not from the staff. This is from many, many years of the board's own policies. So the fact that you're blaming Aaron or the staff that we're inflating rates is really untrue. It's entirely governed by the board.
And again, I apologize. I do think we have, you've changed the rates per the bylaws.
Yes.
Okay, but because we've never seen the rates being changed, we didn't know. Okay, but the fact remains, okay, I'm sorry. Aaron said it was gonna be non-benefited, it's offered as benefited.
It does not have health insurance benefits, it does not have retirement benefits.
Yeah, two benefits.
But everybody else, the 6 other employees who work in this position, have prorated time off, which is what is in here. This is the same exact benefits that they receive.
Yes, that
so
you
why
gave them without ever
the board
passing it through the board. No, the board
when
didn't
those
do it.
employees were hired, the board approved it.
They approved the hiring, they didn't approve giving
Yes, they
benefits.
did.
Excuse me, please may I speak, because my name's Sally Nelson, 121 Winterwood Drive. I've lived in town for 40 years, and I worked here at the library for over 28 years. And I'm reading this job description right now, and prorated paid time off is not considered to be benefits. Benefits are health insurance and retirement. This says prorated paid time off. Everybody who works here, everybody who has worked here part-time or full-time, well, part-time for prorated, has received prorated paid time off. Those are not benefits. And that's by law too, so.
Are we ready?
I just need to point something out. I sent Erin an email, and I copied the board on it. And basically, in summary, was the tech position that she had listed with the high school diploma was for $24.66. The children's librarian with a master's was $26.89. That's a 223-hour difference. I mean, between they're both part-times.
Right.
But a $2 difference between a high school diploma and a master's, I don't understand where the math is on how that makes sense.
And I know I've queried up all things, the average pay for a tech, library tech in Rockingham County, in the state of New Hampshire. I looked at all the different variables, and I looked at what other towns were paying, and they're paying anywhere from $13 to $21. That's where it falls, the range falls. Megan?
So I just want to point out that your current policy for your personnel policy approved in April has the definition of a regular part-time person with the hours. And it does say may receive prorated fringe benefits for their normal work hours at the sole discretion of the board or otherwise mandated by law. So paid time off is mandated by law. So it's not a benefited position, it has fringe benefits as in the paid time off. I will say this is part of your packet. Again, Section 9, wage and salary schedules, effective July 1, 2018. In each subsequent year, a full-time and regular part-time employee shall receive a cost of living adjustment of 3%. The wage salary schedule shall be adjusted to reflect said increases. You receive that increase every year. You see it. It is approved per this policy. If you don't want it, you should have changed this policy, but as per the policy, that is what's being done. It's been increased every year since 2018, and the board has had it in their hand every year.
I just wanted to say I work at another library in this area,
and I just wanted to speak to our salary rates. The library I work at is Merrimack Public Library.
Name and address, please.
Kat Smith, and I live in Manchester, but I work for the library. But basically, Merrimack Library has people leaving constantly. It's a rotating door because they do not pay enough. And you say that we get paid too much. I'm saying that we get paid a living wage, which is what you need when you have people working almost full-time hours here. It's impossible to put 2 part-time jobs together in the library field because the hours are so incredibly spread out throughout the week. So that's all I have to say on that.
Okay. We need to call this.
I wanted to clarify, and that 2689 for the children's librarian, that was on Erin's math, where it was taking the 8 months and paying the
We're
full.
gonna get to that
Okay.
conversation, 'cause that
But,
was not gonna.
so
yeah,
it should
has
be 20.71 per hour, in which case it's less than the part-time high school diploma is paying. So you're
Exactly.
paying a tech position $24.66 for high school diploma, and if you do a full 52 weeks at what was voted by the town, it would be $20.71 per hour, which is less.
Okay, we're not gonna come to a decision, we're going to vote, I'm calling the
You
vote.
let her speak, and she had her hand up after. Let her speak.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
There's no public comment yet.
There's no public
If
comment.
this isn't public comment. I mean, none of it should have been said, but, we've been given the grace of saying it, and I'm sorry. We need to go, Donna, last comment, and that's it, we're going to vote.
I want to comment regarding the pay rate, especially the difference between the master's and someone who doesn't have a master's. Your personnel policy has an educational incentive that adds $500 for someone having a master's degree. So that adds an additional amount to the hourly rate, and I have recently suggested to the board that they increase that. So that would add an additional difference between those 2 pay rates. That's all I want to say.
Okay, I'm sorry, would someone like to make a motion?
I do.
Yes, go ahead.
I make a motion that we accept this part-time library technician posting as is.
Second.
Roll call.
Hi, Beth Morocco.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
I, Ellen O'Leary.
Liz Thomas, no.
Jim McLaughlin,
Laura Ryan, no.
Christine Fitzgerald, no.
Motion doesn't carry. So,
Point of
come back.
order, out of respect for the community here that's been here for 3.5 hours going through all of this and had 0 public comment, the frustration of these folks, I'm sure as we all tire for the evening, is continuing to increase, and it is continuing to make everyone here, it seems, uncomfortable. Lots of things are being discussed and voted on without public comment. I'll address that in my own public comment, but I'd like to request as a point of order that we move up the public comment so that we can all get home before 11 p.m.
Go ahead.
It's not a point of order. Sorry.
Okay, it's a polite request of the people that we voted for.
Okay.
Thank you.
You guys don't get to vote on what they're gonna pay people. You just don't.
We get to have a public comment on
budget.
You can have a
You
public comment.
can have a comment, yeah,
Okay, you're gonna give it-
exactly. I'm sorry, but we gotta
Purposely
include
put it
the
at the end to
business,
silence.
okay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, let's have some decorum.
My name's
Okay.
Tara Miles, 11 Lancaster Drive, and I do intend on submitting ethics complaints around the public comment for today, based on the bylaws of our town and based on our town charter and what the people voted for at our last election, where we clearly stated we wanted start and end comments. That was approved.
Madam Chair, shut this down.
Thank you.
Shut it down.
Okay, all right, your point is made, you're gonna make a complaint, that's fine.
Great.
Do you wanna go on to the next position?
No, we still need this position.
No, we turned it down, the posting.
So what are you guys suggesting we do? We bring you.
come up with a different posting that we can accept.
Put it in without the dollar figure.
Isn't that what we did the first
No.
time?
No, it never been posted that way. It wasn't posted that way. The dollar figure appeared when it got posted.
So to be clear, we're asking them to disregard the formula that the board has
To be
created.
clear, the board has voted, the quorum is, this doesn't pass,
But they need to know what
but
to do.
it doesn't pass,
They
okay?
need to know what
As
to
written.
do. So we've
As
got a
reviewed,
formula.
for the reasons we've stated, okay?
But what should they do? Because we've got a formula, the board is disregarding the numbers that we give them, and so what should they do? Because they need people to be here to work. And it's our job to staff them, so what do they do?
What do you want out? What do you want out?
We're
The
not
board
giving
voted
it,
no.
we're not giving the show, the shop away anymore,
You
okay?
micromanage every other element.
Just show up and do the shit.
Liz already said to come back with a updated posting for us to look at.
That's what we want you to do.
What does that mean?
More guidance is needed, and that's not totally unfair to our staff.
Does that mean people won't know how much they're going to be paid when they apply? Like, what are you looking for?
Okay, it doesn't mean that the posting, you can't, first of all, you can't post it as benefits included if the board has.
It doesn't say benefits included. It says prorated paid time off.
I really feel like that was I think your understanding of benefits is misinterpreted benefits.
No, their benefits is, you get everything benefits is only medical and retirement is what they're defining benefits as.
Right, so what's the problem?
That's not in there.
Right.
We don't define benefits that way. We define benefits as any paid vacations, holidays, and everything else. Sorry, no comments. Okay.
Too bad.
So what is the direction from the board?
Taxpayers.
You know what? I'm telling you, figure it out, okay? Figure it out. You don't like what I tell you, so
Learn
what
some
do you want me
magic.
to tell you? Oh, do anything you want on it? Is that what you want me to say?
Liz,
Oh,
that
do
is
anything.
completely inappropriate right now.
Okay, I know.
No, so this,
No. I don't have an answer. When I have an answer, we'll let you know, okay? How's that?
So how long does the board intend to keep the library understaffed?
Well, until we can come to an agreement then.
On what? The pay?
On the whole thing, on the compensation, okay, which includes the pay, the benefits, that kind of thing, okay?
Right, let's go to the next one then. We voted, right?
Yeah, we already voted. I'll give you one, go ahead.
This is a vacancy. Someone moved up from a position. It's in the budget.
Yeah,
Like, we're not having to come up with funds that don't exist.
so we're giving them the money that the person,
They're literally just putting a different name in the slot on their list of employees. They're literally just filling in a different name. Cause it used to be somebody else and now it's gonna be whoever they hire. Like, the money's there. It's the exact
Point
same
of order.
formula.
okay.
This
Well, I'm sorry,
vacancy is
it's not
mine and I
complicated.
made more than the posting, so you're actually saving money and you're still denying the staff more staff.
Laura, did you have one more comments?
I would suggest, Donna, that if you were to come back with something, I would do a salary range instead of $1 per hour. And that way, if you get somebody with more experience, you could have the flexibility to go higher, and if you get somebody with less experience, flexibility to go lower.
But it says starting rate, so there is room to give higher. And the salary ranges tells you how high it will go.
yeah, this is the lowest it can go based on our salary ranges. So I don't understand what you're trying to say, do better or change. If there's nothing, we can't go lower on the amount.
And since the personnel policy says that it's contingent on the board giving benefits, and most people understand non-benefits as no benefits because there's no mandate to give a part-time person paid time off. So I would just ask the board to vote, that's all.
So I asked earlier if you had to change the personnel policy before you approved posting this position, and you said no. But what you're proposing right now means changing the personnel policy because you are removing the paid time off you're giving the current part-time staff.
No, what's happening is.
Yes.
Okay. You know what?
What? Is that
turned
what
it
you're
down.
looking?
We've turned down the posting, I guess that's the end of conversation. Come back to us, like I said, we need to step away from this. We still have another position to discuss, okay? We voted on it, let's move on. Yes, go ahead.
Suggestion.
Yeah.
Perhaps, like we discussed with the procedure for donations or whatever, perhaps, we can have a discussion, offline between, library staff and, a couple of board members and see if we can't resolve this so we can get it posted.
Sounds fine with me.
Subcommittee?
Okay, we'll go to Erin and, you know,
Is that all right? I mean, I think that's kind of the way forward.
My concern with that is that if you only have 2 trustees present, it's only going to be the opinion of those 2 trustees.
True,
It's
we
not
can-
going to be the whole board.
But we can bring it back to the board
to vote.
as a unified front.
Yeah, I
If that's what
think
you want,
that
we will do it.
I think that you guys can come up with not the solution, a suggestion, and the vote would still lie in the body of the board.
I presented suggestions at the beginning of this discussion because I heard the concern and I suggested changing the education or considering the different position if you were concerned about the pay. However, it would not meet the current needs that we need for staffing.
Well, first of all, changing the education would only raise the value or the
No.
cost of the job.
It's
you know?
not.
All
The
state
cost
jobs are
would
listed
stay
as
the
high
same.
school. Just so you know, all state jobs are listed at a high school level. Even if you need specialized knowledge, they start at high school.
And that's what this job is listed as, high school.
I'm saying, you may not even hire someone from high school, so why does it matter?
I'm
They
not
don't
gonna-
have to hire someone from high school.
We voted, can we move
Yeah,
on to the
I'm
next
sorry,
one?
we don't have conversation, I'm sorry. All right, let's move on. Do we need to do the children, because we're gonna have the same issues.
May I suggest if we're going to subcommittee for one, then we go to subcommittee for the other?
Okay,
We can do that.
yeah.
I'll be happy to.
Go ahead, do you wanna?
I'll be happy to sit down, if you wanna sit down also with folks and
Also not even discuss
Christine wants to say something first.
if we can.
I do.
Huh?
I just wanted to make a comment on it. So Erin had posted, $26.89 per hour, plus prorated paid time off, holidays, vacation, and sick time. 30 hours a week, which is, $26.89 an hour times 30 hours is $806.70. Times 52 weeks is $41,948. The warrant article approved was $32,310 a year for fiscal year 25-26 with no benefits. So if you divide the $32,310 by 52 weeks, that's $621.34 divided by 30 hours is $20.71 per hour, and it's $26.89. And again, it listed on we can't give any more than what the town voted, right? So it's just the warrant article is $32,310. That's it, and that's for the fiscal year of 25-26. We can't be messing around with the 8 months or this or that. And again, for our personnel policy, it says at the sole discretion of the Board of Trustees. So it's up to the trustees, and it was written on the warrant article that there was no benefits to it, and yet the posting has holidays, vacation, and sick time.
One minute, that's me from I believe what I read on the warrant is that it didn't allow, retirement benefits or insurance.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
correct.
it specifically said
Yeah,
that,
that's correct.
not benefits.
I have the warrant article here, I'm happy
Okay,
to
go
read
ahead,
it if
read
you
it,
want.
yeah.
part-time children's librarian, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $32,310 for the purpose of adding a part-time children's librarian. This position will not be eligible for insurance or part of the New Hampshire retirement system. If warrant article number 28 passes, this warrant article will be null and void. Should warrant article 28 fail, this warrant article passes with the appropriation will be part of both the operating and default budget in future years. If passed, excuse me, the article will require the town to raise $32,310 in property taxes, resulting in a rate impact of 0.005.
Okay,
So
and
that
again,
would be-
it didn't exclude, it only excluded the retirement benefit and
Insurance.
and the medical, okay?
Right, but our personnel policy says anyone part-time gets benefits at the sole discretion of the trustees.
It does, yes. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now, where the discrepancy is. This discrepancy is, other than the benefits, okay, the discrepancy is that Erin based it on the number of weeks or months left in this year's budget,
She
okay?
planned to hire the person for September 1st.
Yeah.
That's why the number is different.
Okay,
She
so
always
what
planned
the
that.
problem is, now, if you give a job to someone at that rate, cause you're now paying them, 2/3, more than, I'm sorry, you're now paying them more because you're not going by a 52-week. What are you gonna do when you're gonna, after the first 40 weeks, when you run out of money to let next year's budget? Are you going to just fire them? Or are you going to go ahead and force the inflation of the budget so that you can cover all 12 months?
And you can't drop the hourly rate.
That's why you have to use the money that you're given within a year, by a warrant, a certain dollar value, by 52 weeks, not by 30 or 20 or 40, because that's when you're forcing the town to pay extra money the next year just to cover that bill. Yeah, go ahead, Beth.
The voters voted to pay $32,000 for a part-time position. Erin knew, as did we all, that listened to the endless deliberations of budget season. If anybody participated or listened, she was very clear. The budget year goes from June 30th to June 30th, and obviously it takes time to hire that person. So her salary listing is conducive with the 8 months of hire. And then also, in the whole budget discussion, it was very clear that from that point on, the budget would reflect that person as a staff member, and the budget for the next year would have that tied in.
In your opinion?
No.
No.
It's
Conversation's over.
It's
I'll be
not
right
an
with you.
opinion. It was what she
You've
declared.
just said it. You've given us your opinion, okay? Donna.
Other town departments have literally done this precedent. They set this precedent.
Oh, yes, we know that. It's the dirty little secret.
But the board voted on the warrant
Dirty
article.
little secret is you don't understand budgets.
Liz,
He doesn't like it.
I'm speaking. You have recognized me.
Go ahead.
Yes?
Go ahead.
The board voted on the warrant article. You voted on the warrant article. With this amount.
Right, for 52 weeks.
No, the motion did not say for 52 weeks.
Annual budget.
And when you asked what would happen after this year, this amount becomes default. You read it in the warrant article that after this year, it becomes part of the default budget. And the default would cover the 52 weeks the following year. Otherwise, you're asking for taxpayers to pay an extra 2 months of money that's not going to go anywhere. Like, why would you want taxpayers to put money in if it's going to end up in a black hole, and not go to what they're voting for? That's my.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna allow one public comment because, no,
Point of order,
Go
we're not
ahead.
in public comment now.
Okay,
And
I'm not asking, I'll move to a point of order and correct all of you on default budgeting. How many of you understand default budgeting? Default budgeting is the worst law in this state. I am 100% against default budgeting. We should do bottom line budgeting. You're talking about bottom line budgeting. The warrant article is based on default. It's not a dirty little secret. When we get money July 1st to hire police officers, it takes 90 days to go through the screening and hire them. Then they become part of default, and they go in at their full salary. That's the way the state default laws work. There's been a recent amendment to them, and a law that just passed that's going to help a little bit, only a little bit. But I have gone to the legislature. I have testified about how bad default budgeting is and how it is misrepresenting things. But in order to hire somebody, you have to do what these ladies explained. Right? You can all say that you don't want public comment. I'm trying to give you information that can help you. That's why you have the number you have. It's not 52 weeks. It's based on the hire date. We used to hire firefighters and say we're going to hire them 6 months in. And then we would put the warrant article out that way. I'm not trying to rain on your parade, but that's the default budgeting, and it's a terrible law in this state.
We're gonna move on. Do we want to make a motion to accept or reject this?
I make a motion that we accept the part-time children monitoring posting as is to be posted.
Second.
ASAP.
Roll call?
I, Beth Morocco.
Nancy Hendricks, yes.
I, Helen Palmieri.
No. Liz Thomas?
No, Maura Ryan.
No, Christine Fitzgerald.
Did I call it or did I call it? Like, the reason I remember.
Wait till public comment, y'all, let's just get through this shit.
So we'll put both of these things into our discussion, and Jan and you and I will go through that.
Okay, the next thing we need to discuss is Nancy, yes.
So, my question is this, are these next 3 items that we're to discuss tonight, are they critical? Can we save them off to another meeting? Contract renewals,
We can table contract renewals.
Can we table removal of funds?
Oh, no, one's due. One's due.
Then may I ask a question? They are waiting very patiently to comment. I would like to make a motion that we open up public comment.
Second, sorry.
I think we should do the contract renewal first, and then.
Yeah.
And then do public comment? Fine.
You withdraw your
Amend-
motion?
Withdraw my motion.
Did we have a sound for public comment?
Contract renewal.
Okay. So we allow 3 minutes instead of a quarter.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you ready to start? I'm sorry.
Contract contracts.
Yeah, contract, yeah.
Okay. How would you like to do it? One at a time?
Yeah, how many, did you, I thought you only had 2, do you have 3?
No, there are several in here.
There's something that I do or.
They're all in the packet. You asked me to bring July, August,
Oh, for the
September.
next 3 months, yes, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Okay. The first one in the packet is for A1 cleaning. This is our custodial service or janitorial service. In reviewing the contract, they are not recommending an increase, so it is the same rate as this past fiscal year. We have had no issues. They are always very open. Whenever a small issue comes up, they're very open to communication with us. We speak with them regularly. They're easy to connect with. I believe the town uses their services too. I have no issue with renewing.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the A1 Phoenix Cleaning Services contract.
Second. Okay, do you think we can raise our hands on this one? Yes. I think so.
Aye.
Aye.
Next one is for Assabet Interactive. This is the, I don't really want to call them software company. They provide the module that we use online to allow patrons to register for events and reserve museum passes online. So it is a very important service-wise. People have been really happy that they've had that option. It's very convenient. And it's also how we use our event calendar since it has the registration piece to it. Again, we've had no service issues with them. I would recommend renewing.
And how much did you?
Sorry, there's no increase compared to last year.
And what was the amount?
1,600.
Okay, and okay, and my question to you is, it's well used?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone want to make a motion?
I make a motion that we.
I wanted to ask a question, you can make a motion first.
Oh, I make a motion that we accept the Assabet Interactive, contract for the next year.
Second.
Okay.
Laura.
My question is this, EBSCO, we have a lot of stuff through, and I saw that you had something for consumer reporting through this. This is not included in that, correct?
No.
Okay, just wondering.
Okay, shall we take a vote?
All in favor?
Okay,
Aye.
next.
The next one is a contract with EBSCO for our consumer reports database. This is a public-facing database that provides access to consumer information, unbiased consumer information. It also provides access to the Consumer Reports magazine online. And we've had a lot of positive feedback about this one to help people determine products to buy that last a long time or that would be good value to them. Compared to last year, this is a 3.5% increase.
Which seems reasonable.
Yes.
Okay, any conversation?
What is that?
No.
No, I already asked my question.
Oh, okay. She answered herself.
I make a motion that we accept the EBSCO, contract for next year.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Sorry, there were more terms with this one. The next one is for Hampshire Fire. They conduct our an annual test for the sprinkler system and also the backflow. So this is an agreement for those inspections to occur. Compared to what we spent last year, this is $100 more. So last year we spent $240, and this contract is for $340.
I make a motion to accept the contract for Hampshire Fire Protection.
Second.
Vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes,
Okay.
Aye.
The next one is for Mutual Link. Mutual Link is the company that provides the connection to our panic buttons that are in the building. And the board had previously agreed to enter this agreement along with the town to provide these panic buttons in the building. So this is the amount that is due per that original contract this year.
I make a motion to accept.
Questions? No? Okay. Vote?
Beth made a motion, I'll second. All in favor? Aye.
Good. Yep.
Thank you. Next is Pine State Elevator. We have been in contract with them since the addition was built and the elevator was added in 1997. The service that they provide is that they inspect the elevator. They also provide a inspection that has to be done in conjunction with the alarm company. Compared to last year, they could not give us a solid increase, but they said it would be between 3 and 4%, which would be a cost increase of 34 to 45 and 35 cents when I did the math out.
Say that one more time now.
So compared to what we spent last year, which I can tell you how much that was if you'd like. I have just over 1,100 that was spent with them last year. They are quoting us a 3 to 4% increase, which would be $34 to $45.35 difference.
I make a motion that we accept the Pine State Elevator Company, contract for this year.
Second. Second.
All in
Vote.
favor?
I'm sorry, who seconded?
Me.
Yes. Aye.
Is that everybody?
The next one is Value Line. This is another public-facing database. This provides access for our patrons to do their own investment research, which we used to provide a print version of this, and people were really interested in being able to access it outside of the building on their own time, which makes sense. And we have had good usage of it. The usage actually went up compared to last year. The cost difference is a 2.8% increase compared to last year. Sure.
Yep, Jan?
Does this change, does this fee change based on the number of people that access it?
No, they actually, the way our agreement with them is set is that we can only have 3, you can see on the quote, there's only 3 simultaneous users that can use it at a time. But the more usage we have, it does not impact what we'll pay next year. If that makes sense.
Make a motion that we accept the Value Line contract for, 2025 or 2026.
Second.
All in favor?
Yep.
Aye. Passes.
Christina, you're in favor?
Yeah.
Yep, okay, good.
Alright, Megan will present the W.T. Cox one.
So the W.T. Cox is our magazine supplier for periodicals and newspapers that we do not order direct. We do receive an 8% savings by going with this company off cover price, and we have made collection development decisions to one title's no longer available, and then we are reducing the total titles so it's a total of 16 less titles that we'll be carrying due to the lack of use, and we're adding 1 new title. So it would be 95 periodicals total covered through this contract, and it is just over $100 less than last year.
Oh, we like that.
Yes.
I make a motion to accept the W.T. Cox contract, 25, 26.
Second.
Okay, vote.
All in favor?
Unanimous, okay. Is that the last vote?
Yes.
Yep, okay. I do have one thing I need to cover, because there's a change in a new, law that was passed this year in the State House, and it's, requiring, it's very simple, requiring that a public body's meeting minutes include start and end times of the meeting and the printed name of the recording secretary. So all it's saying is you gotta put the beginning and end time of the minutes, and then you have to put the secretary's name in the heading, okay? So just to let everyone know when they're doing minutes, that's the new law. Miss Beth? You're the secretary.
Yeah.
Not tonight.
Not tonight, not tonight.
Next
No,
time,
no,
next
just
time.
say your name will have to go on.
I
the
always
end.
put it on.
I know you do. Okay, what's on,
So we're gonna, not worry about this trustees workshop, or we can all just look it over and
Is that
apply.
did everyone, I think everyone got a copy of
Yeah.
that anyways.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't think we need to discuss it, that there's a workshop being offered, okay, in
Yeah.
August, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, in August, okay? All right, that's it for that, as long as we've notified
Full
everyone.
time, why don't we wait on that, and then
Yeah.
staff evaluation, why don't we wait on that?
Yeah, was waiting on the evaluations.
Okay, that's.
So have we covered everything with the evaluation?
And the removal fines.
Oh, yeah, yes, that's fine. Yes, the table, yeah. Okay,
Chair, before we start with public comment,
yeah,
can I just explain?
yes, please do so, yeah.
So, this is the timer. There's been questions as to whether there was some, incorrect timing or whatever. If you we're doing a 3-minute time period. You take the 3 minutes, you go like that. It records the 3 minutes, and it blinks faster as you get closer to the time that your time is up. So we can put it wherever you want to put it.
Okay,
But
yep.
that's how it works. Okay.
And, Christine, do you mind just getting them signed up for the public comments and business?
So what do you want me to do?
All the candidates.
Oh, he's got it. Okay.
Is that signed?
Yes.
It's already full, we'll be passing our time to other people.
Well, I guess you can take yourself out of it.
Does it matter? It's 11 o'clock. I mean, let
Let
them
them-
speak.
let them speak.
My
It's
God,
sat here
you
for
made
5
them
hours.
wait for 4 hours.
Okay, how many people have not signed up and wish to speak? Okay, we're gonna start with Erica Lau. Lowy, I'm sorry. She's telling you to make it fast.
No, supporting her,
Alright,
Oh,
you
yeah.
start with your name and address
I
for
will.
the secretary.
Erica Lowy, 18 Lancaster Drive, starting now. All right, I came in here tonight kind of hoping that things would be a little different. I heard some great things that sounded awesome, like let's collaborate on these policies that the treasurer is trying to implement, that micromanage, donations and things like that. It sounded great, collaboration, working together, because it sounds wonderful. And then it all went absolutely to hell. There is no collaboration when you blatantly disrespect, gaslight, and blame the people that you claim to be working alongside. When you deny what happened, this is the second time, Madam Chair, that you have been implicated in the removal of something that was voted on correctly by the board. That is a big, hairy ethics problem. There can't be collaboration when there is no trust. There can be no collaboration when there's no accountability. We have members of the board who are calling you trying to get collaboration and trying to hold you accountable to your own laws, your own bylaws around personnel policies, and you are flagrantly disregarding them in favor of what you believe is some nonpartisan approach to managing a library. It's horrifying. And you wonder why the town is here tonight in an uproar. Let me remind you, it only takes 1,800 signatures to remove a publicly elected official in the town of Londonderry. Liberate Leach Library is a group that has been formed specifically to respond to this conduct, this gross misconduct on the part of the board. It has, by the way, just because I've heard so many times you try to throw Erin under the bus tonight, I'm going to be explicitly clear to the public and to you. Erin has nothing to do with Liberate Leach Library. This is everybody independently acting on behalf of ourselves as taxpayers and as library users. I pay good money for everything that this library does, and I'm pretty sure I don't pay enough for everything I get out of this library. And here you are shooting down positions that we have been begging you for, that the staff are begging you to fill, because you feel like it's paying too much. I don't know when the last time you had to pay a bill around here is, but let me tell you, those salaries are barely enough to cover it. So you should be pretty ashamed of yourselves for not wanting to pay a living wage to somebody who is trying to make it in an economy that is incredibly difficult right now. It takes 1,800 signatures to remove any one of you. We'll gladly get that. Erin has nothing to do with it. And if you try to blame her for this, you're missing your mark. I see the rest of my time. You got 38 seconds, somebody.
I think I'm next on the list.
You are.
We don't share time, so start it over.
Tara Miles, 11 Lancaster Drive. 100% of everything Erica just said, and I'm not going to waste time restating it. It's 100% accurate. I totally support you, and I will help her get those 1,800 signatures. I'll tell you that much. Now here's my problem today. And I'm actually going to start with a thanks. Thank you to the library staff. Thank you to Erin. Thank you to the representatives here seated today who came prepared. To the people that do a great job every day. And congratulations to Colleen on a very well-deserved merit bonus. I think you deserve more, but that's just me. Now, we come to these meetings and we expect a level of decorum and preparedness. I work in big tech. I am in meetings with C-level executives of Fortune 500 companies every single day. The way that you are operating is wild. The lack of preparedness by many of our board of trustee, our trustee board, whatever the heck you're gonna call it, library board of trustees is infuriating. I see Nancy Hendricks come up here and she has everything that she wants to ask about the agenda items. She has statements, she has things that she has prepared.
to have a real, good, meaningful, fast conversation. She's prepared to do what she's doing. I see Helen making sure that we're moving things around, and I consistently see folks bringing up non-specifics, not data points. Someone said this at the deliberative. Someone emailed me that. I want to know, and I will do a 91A request to find out who sent an email to the Board of Trustee member about a letter that they did not get a response from. I'm going to do that because we're going to start fact checking you. I told you all at the town council, you're on my radar. You are. You've got my attention, and this baloney is not going to continue on our tax dollars. You can't be coming in here with misinformation and underprepared. Specifically, I will say that the chair mentions and referenced average salaries, average hourly rates. I don't know where that information was, but I live in the digital age. I'm an elder millennial, so I asked Gemini as I sat there. And they gave me a range of $17.51 to $26 in New Hampshire for that specific role, for the specific qualifications that they asked for. We're not talking about hiring someone, and I would in fact support you firing Erin if she's gonna go hire someone coming off the street with no qualifications who deserves $12 to be the library technician. That's wild. We're gonna get people who want the jobs. The people that are at the $26 an hour because they have a master's degree are gonna apply for the job or they're not. That's not up to you to decide for them what they're comfy with. It's up to you to staff our library, to do your jobs. And if you won't do them, we will get you out. And I personally plan to fund several new members next year as they go around. And I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. I'm an independent that's liberal. So that's it. I'm gonna fund you guys out of here. I'm gonna get signatures to get you guys out of here. Do your job.
I'm next.
Yeah.
So a couple of things.
Name and address?
Kate Burbidge, 21 Kelly Road.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Kate Burbidge, 21 Kelly Road. One of the things I did, and I talked about this at one of the budgetary meetings back in December of 2024, was I compared 10 libraries of similar population size. One of the things I want to point out is that budget seems to be a big topic of concern, and I looked at towns of similar populations, and if the average budget for towns of our population were what we were meeting, we're the third lowest of the group of 10. Our budget for 2025 would have been $1.735 million, which is $210,000 more than what our current library budget is. Over the past 6 years, if the Leach Library met just the average of 10 towns of the same population, over 6 years it would have added $1.198 million to the library's budget over 6 years. That's a huge amount of money that the Leach Library should be getting, in my opinion, because we should be trying to have our services meet the size of our population. The other thing that I want to point out is programming. It seems to be a big topic and how much we're spending on programming. Yes, Erin increased programming and spending her first year here by 261%, but she also increased participation in the summer reading program by 869%, and increasing in total program attendance by 457%. The next closest for summer reading program attendance was the Merrimack Public Library at 100%, and the Dover Public Library at 108%. So Erin blew all the other towns out of the water in terms of increasing participation. The other thing that I want to talk about is transparency regarding the budget. I talked to Justin, I called him today, and I wanted to ask and clarify some things about who tracks what and where this is all going. Essentially, what I discovered is that most of the budgetary stuff is handled through the town, through the MOU, so salaries, benefits, all those other kinds of stuff are handled through Justin. So he can give you basically 95% of the budget, and every single cent that's pulled from. The other 5% is money that comes from the book account, which is for fiscal year 2026 is $90,000. And that money is part of that trustee's book account. So any questions regarding that, that's what the trustees, everything else, Justin can pull that information for you from, just so we're being transparent about everything. And for what it's worth, when we're talking about the budget, the library is under budget for fiscal year 2025 by about $51,000. Now, some invoices may need to come in, but we're still under budget for the year, for this past fiscal year. The other thing regarding some of the donations, I was looking into other libraries and regarding those donation procedures. If they're saying that we need to log donations, receipts,
The Laconia Public Library does not provide a list of donated materials back to their people. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Yep.
Hi, Nick Marr, 5 Holly Lane. Everyone pretty much said what I was going to say. I did want to bring up that the library tech vacancy, we're going on 2 months. That's not being filled. It was voted on by the board and approved. Liz clearly told them to take it down. I don't know if that's an illegal meeting or not, but I don't know why it's like the legality of it, because you guys voted to post it. It should be posted. It should have already been hired. We're short-staffed, it's the middle of summer reading, and you're delaying the children's librarian. And you guys were talking about you want all this programming statistics, and Liz said, oh, we want to know because then we can give you more staff if we find that you guys have all this programming stuff to do. You just voted down 2 positions that are paid by the taxpayers already. The other thing I just want to ask, some of the board members, I think Moira specifically tonight, was delaying Colleen's public hearing. She said she called, or I don't know if she said she called someone at the New Hampshire Municipal Board. I just want, for the sake of transparency, because that's what you guys clearly all want, I want receipts next time. Nancy brought receipts of people she emailed with laws printed out. And this also happened when the circulation librarian was going to be posted. Moira objected, saying that she doesn't know if it can legally just be posted internally. She delayed it. And then at the meeting, she said, I don't know, I talked to 2 people in the budget department, never said any name. And then Erin had an email from the Attorney General saying it's okay to post internally. So for the sake of transparency, I asked the board members, specifically Moira, to bring receipts. I don't want to hear, oh, I heard it from this person, I called this person. Bring a receipt, because clearly we want transparency. Thank you.
Tiffany Gagnon, 17 Buckingham Drive. I'm the person who reached out to the reporter who attended the last meeting and wrote the article. I did this because I'm deeply concerned over how the governance of this board is affecting our library. Objectively, this board is not efficient. You've all acknowledged this, with meetings running long and special sessions added frequently. This is a solvable problem, which is great. With some help and guidance from the experts in town, we can improve, and it looked like some improvement was happening at the beginning. A strong board is the foundation for a thriving library, and we will all want to see you succeed because we want our library to succeed. But aside from the inefficiency, I'm most troubled by the patterns that don't have an easy fix. These patterns are why more and more residents are showing up at these meetings. When government functions in alignment with community values, people don't need to show up. But when it doesn't, we do. It's not an unnecessary disruption or an escalation due to rumors, it's democracy in action. Community members have made it clear that we are worried about how library staff are being treated. Trustees are meant to be stewards, holding the library accountable but also supporting it. That requires trust in and collaboration with the people who run it. Instead, there is micromanagement and death by 1,000 cuts. A buildup of small decisions that undermine morale and exhaust capacity. It's a tactic I've seen used against our own public schools, and it's just as harmful here. A few recent examples: removing the MLS requirement from the children's librarian job description, board members misunderstanding basic information around account ownership, not reaching out to staff to get simple answers such as whether QuickBooks or Quicken is used, requesting staff to document every donated book without citing a legal requirement, making decisions or suggestions without input from Erin or her team, who are highly competent and often best positioned to offer solutions. You should be working with her for your own benefit, but you seem to be actively working against her. At the last meeting, I was particularly frustrated about how quickly the board members cited the letter of the law right after it was pointed out that writing checks to oneself or to another trustee is actually illegal. There is an audacity in demanding others over-comply before becoming intimately familiar with what your own compliance entails. The impression left was that the law can be bent when convenient for some, but for all others, you will hyper-focus on perceived compliance. Londonderry is not alone or unique in what we are experiencing today. Across the country, libraries are under quiet but coordinated attack under the guise of oversight. The Leach Library I heard the trustees say if we didn't support the library, we wouldn't be here. But good intentions are not enough because your goal is to serve in a way that makes more of a positive impact than a negative one. The Leach Library is the heart of our community. You have a duty not just to ensure compliance, but to nurture and protect that heart. The public is watching now because we care and showing up because this matters. I truly hope this board will rise to the occasion and start leading in a way that strengthens the library, honors its incredible staff, and reflects the best of what Londonderry can be. Because we the people demand positive change from this board.
What was Tiffany next?
That was Tiffany.
Huh? Oh, and Amy and Agostino.
Join?
Okay.
We probably got tired 2 hours. David's
This is Amy.
Amy Agostino, 6 Willow Lane. Among other things, I wanted to start with July is Disability Awareness and Pride Month. It is just horrific that this board chose to recognize the disabled residents of Londonderry by making this meeting as deliberately inaccessible as possible, while knowingly violating your own bylaws to accomplish that. 4.5 hours worth of this. My elderly neighbor who adores this library and is in every Wednesday morning without fail, he goes to bed by 8:30. He couldn't be here. My neighbor having neurological issues also loves the library. There's no way she could sit through 4.5 hours of this complete incompetence. I've never seen such an inefficient meeting. Our library staff is incredible, absolutely incredible. They are knowledgeable, they are experienced, they are professional and friendly. They do amazing things for Londonderry. Overcome. The materials, the programming here is the envy of other libraries in our county and across the state. Why do I know that? Because Friends of the Library organizations actually talk to each other. We meet. We know that we've got the best of the best. Okay, Wyndham has more money, but what are you going to do?
Sorry.
This incredible program. You guys have no idea what a treasure we have, and it seems like 4 of you are here just to undermine it. I do not understand. We have such excellence. It's largely due to Erin, who has built a fabulous team. They go above and beyond to create this warm and welcoming community for Londonderry residents. Because as anybody who uses a library knows, it's about so much more than the books. So for the 4 of you who seem to just be determined to undercut everything these amazing staff do, do you even use the library? Do you check out books? Do you attend any of the programming? Do you ever just hang out in our gorgeous space to read magazines or work on the jigsaw puzzles that are out? Do you love the library? Because if you don't, why are you here? Why are you here? And the last thing I would like to ask, since you're so intent on micromanaging every single book that comes in and every single thing they do, for a 122-page agenda, how much library staff time did you use up? How much paper and ink was used in printing that 122-page agenda? And what did that translate to in taxpayer dollars spent? Thank you. I'll see the rest of my time.
Thank you. Lynn Banfield. Jane Cooper.
I'm Jane Cooper, 73 Winterwood Drive, Londonderry, New Hampshire. Well, there's a lot of discussion and a lot of tension, a lot of friction. So I have something that I think might help. It is called Everything All I Really Need to Know I Learned in Kindergarten. I'm from New York, so I went to kindergarten. But anybody that was brought up in New Hampshire might not have gone to kindergarten. So, the next thing
Jane's the goat.
I have chewed up for donations.
Megan Thompson?
Who could?
Megan Thompson?
Oh, she left.
Okay, thank you.
Can I take her spot? I was gonna say, can I
Yep.
wanted to go.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I take her spot?
Yep. I don't have kids. Well, not anymore.
Gabriella Weber for Crabapple Lane, and I'm gonna get emotional because this is emotional. The amount of discourse here and unfair treatment, this staff is beyond amazing. Beyond amazing. Just, I am in here with my son almost every day. He is 2 grade levels higher in reading. 2 in his reading assessment. That is largely due to this amazing library staff. We come in here, we ask questions, they have made him excited about reading. That is purely them. We were in here just the other day asking questions about a book, what is age appropriate for my 11-year-old. Nick went above and beyond and found books for him at another library, ordered them, and he is in and he is reading them and he is excited to get more. 2 grade levels. We talk about public education, we talk about a community. That is amazing. I work in the financial industry, and I am part of evaluating, auditing, assessing organizations and companies from municipalities all the way up to $50 billion financial institutions that are huge money centers. I have never seen a board that micromanages to this level. All due respect, Chair, I heard you say the trustees' job is to manage. That is the exact opposite of what a board's job is to do. Their job is to oversee. Their job is to push decisions down to the lowest level that is possible, to the people who are doing the work. That is their job. There is no trust here. There is an ask for the library staff in this conversation most recently on the job postings to ignore law in terms of required time off, required sick time. There is an asking of a library team to ignore the board approved policies. So what, they'll come back and now they'll get in trouble for ignoring it? The level of micromanaging to be asking the team to log every book, that is taking time. Is there going to be a bucket now of time to allocate how much time they're looking, to allocate where their time is? That seems incredibly inefficient. We talk about small business and the red tape that is involved with government, how many forms have to be sent in. You get a form back, it's wrong. That's what you're asking this team to do, to be incredibly inefficient with their time when there is better time spent. As a taxpayer, that is not what I want my time spent for. As a business person who has worked in auditing and examining for over 16 years, I have never seen this. You should be ashamed.
Thank you. Paul Skidlar, 20 Woodbine Drive. You know, as I've listened to everybody here, I couldn't say it any better than anybody else has already. There are clearly a lot of problems with this board and its operation. It's just so evident. It's been evident for many months. And it's not getting better, it's getting worse. It's accelerating, it's getting worse. And I come here with a different agenda, but I'm going to kind of move to a different way of approaching this thing. Because there are some things that were part of the April 2nd vote around the IMLS petition that we still haven't gotten answers about. If you look at the meeting minutes after that vote took place, after it was illegally removed, that petition was legally removed, there are no minutes around that. There's nothing written about that vote, that illegal vote that was taken. 0. I've looked. Beth can't do it because she wasn't even part of the vote. I guess she had 4 people that voted. We don't know who initiated the vote. I assume it was you, Liz, but we don't know that for sure. We don't know who was contacted and when. We don't know what trustees were voted on it and how they voted. The trustees that were not contacted, why were they not contacted? Why did they not get a chance to vote on that illegal vote? Who on the board alerted the state rep that was in the room here a while ago to that vote, to that illegal vote being taken before any of the other trustees even knew it had taken place? There's a whole list of things that were wrong with that vote, that illegal vote that took place. And that needs to be accounted for, it needs to be written, it needs to be in the record, and it's not there. And again, Beth can't do it because she was not part of the vote. The four of you, I guess, that were involved in that need to have a very specific accounting of exactly how that went down. Okay, we need to know about that, and we don't. And the other thing is how it is that none of the four of you who have all been on boards before didn't know when you were doing it that it was illegal. Didn't know that a phone vote was not illegal. How is that possible? You all should know better. You also should know better, and there should be an accounting for that. So again, I agree with everything that's been said here in public comment today. I wish it was done at the beginning of this, and that's when it should have happened. A lot of this could have waited. People here, we had 60 people in the room. 60 people. Many of them of a certain age that ought not be up at this late hour, okay? And people have families they have to get back to and want to get back to. And to be here at 11:30 at night in public comment is ridiculous. It should not have happened. So again, I ask you for that accounting. I'm asking you now, will you make a commitment to make sure that IMLS petition removal is accounted for in the minutes? Will you make that commitment to me?
I will answer again, as I've done many times, exactly how it occurred. There was no.
Yes,
no.
no.
Yes,
no.
Okay, then you don't want to know. No.
We want you to write it down.
No.
We don't want to listen to your ramble.
It's on the minutes.
It's not in the minutes. It's not in the minutes. It's not in the minutes.
Your refusal to follow procedure is not acceptable. Yeah.
It's on tape. It's not in the minutes.
It's on tape. Thank you for the correction. Yes.
What we don't have on tape, though, of course, is the vote. How it was voted, how it came about, all the details around it. We know nothing about that, other than what you told us.
There was no vote that people imagined there was a vote. We looked at the vote from the night before, and it didn't pass.
No, you're wrong. It did pass. It passed.
No, it did not pass.
Point of order, Liz. You called me minutes after I alerted the community that we had a problem. That doesn't correlate with anything you told me. So please stop talking because you're going to incriminate yourself if I get a 91A. Please, you're not talking.
You had a quorum. 3 people voted yes, right? 1 voted no. 1 abstained, I believe. That's your 5.
2 voted no, 1 sustained.
So there was a vote.
There was a vote. It was approved. It was approved. The petition was approved. The removal was done illegally through a phone vote. That's illegal. Correct?
No.
What's not correct about that?
Is it time?
Wow.
Wow.
Saved by the cue. Who's next?
Ask the lawyer the same question.
That was it.
Anybody else?
I had raised my hand earlier. All right. Azra Palo, 17 Bancroft Road. I think we're all about to turn into pumpkins, but I just want to make a point. I am a librarian. I have never seen this insanity before. I've never seen staff members at a trustees meeting because they don't need to be. The trustees do what they're supposed to do. The director's there, the assistant director's there. It's all fine. I don't know what goes on at the trustees meetings because I don't have to. I don't have to worry about my job. You make it that way. And the ones that have their heads down, Christine, Myra, Jan,
taking notes.
Liz, your head is down. I'm speaking. I'm speaking. I'm speaking. You should be ashamed. And worse yet, you should consider yourself a liability, individually, each of you. Because we're watching, we're listening. The camera's recording. Thank you.
I just spell your last name.
Palo, B-A-L-O.
Okay. Call the meeting. John.
Oh, well, Mr. Bouchard would also like to speak. So, John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. To provide materials, information, and services for community residents of all ages to meet their personal, educational, and recreational needs. You guys all know where I got that? February 25th, 1880. You know what that date is? It's the date this place opened. The crypt for the Leeches is right down the road. The Library of Congress is the largest library in the world. It has a book in it, the oldest book in the library, the Bible. Let he who cast the first stone be without original sin. Anonymous posters. Did you know on Facebook, the admins know who the anonymous posters are? And some of them are sitting on this board. Some of them have written about me. And I know who they are. Let's smarten up. Well, you don't care about much, obviously. And I wasn't looking to get into a tit for tat with anybody here, but you want to know what? Let's grow up here. It's a great place. It's a great town. What happened to kindness? What happened to be nice to people? Right? This is less than 1% of the total budget of what it costs to run the whole town. But you've got people's attention in here that you never would have gotten before. And by the way, Tara Miles' number, I think, is wrong. The percentage is based on the last election. She doesn't need 1,800. She needs a lot less. Why can't we all work together?
For those who keep commenting about Jan writing a check illegally, I have an email from Sean Mulholland that says it is not correct. She was fully capable of doing that, and there was no issues with it. So if anyone has any issues with that, reach out to Sean and have him confirm that.
Yeah.
I hope that wasn't on my time.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay.
No, we just done it.
Dan Bouchard, O'Connell Drive, Londonderry, not here as a counselor. I am here because misinformation the trustees are putting out there. All right? I listened tonight. We had a great employee with the evaluation, and the trustees were discussing that. You have 18 employees, correct? 18. You have trustees that go around saying, Dan is biased, all right, on the library because his wife works at the library. You have 18 employees here, all right? You asked the town to have a complete list of all the employees, what their time off was, their vacation, their sick time. My wife's name is not on there. My wife has never, ever worked for this library. My wife has never volunteered at this library. All right? I'm an advocate for this library because she loves the library. My grandchildren, 6 of them, love this library. My daughter-in-laws, my sons, they love this library. I have stayed at the budget hearings till 1 o'clock in the morning to defend this library because, all right, she loves this library. My wife doesn't work here. So when these trustees go around saying, all right, Dan is biased because his wife works at the library, do your homework.
Who said that?
Okay? Do your homework. You're wrong.
Who said
You're
that?
dead wrong. They know who they are. Okay? And when people post anonymously, all right?
But not so anonymous.
All right? Have the guts, have the spine to put your name to it. All right? I'm not a person that goes on social media. People will say, oh, Dan, this was said on social media. I could care less what they say on social media. Okay? If I have something to say, I come to it. John Farrell, all right, was on the town council for years.
Sorry.
You're right.
I'm not drunk, I swear.
John,
You're just exhausted.
Serving her in the back room.
You're taking away from my time, by the way.
You can have some of mine.
So John Farrell was on the town council for years, and he will tell you, he'll vouch for that if I had something to say to the town council, I didn't go out on social media. I went right to those meetings, and I spoke against or for it. All right? I appreciate the trustees that are dedicated to making this library the greatest library that it is. I mean, this community is awesome. We have great employees in this community, all right? I tried, okay, to try to mend fences here. I got some great responses. I don't care about that. I got some great responses about, from some trustees. I'm getting a lot of emails from town, people that are concerned about what's going on here. All right? The chair decided she didn't want to hold mediation. She did not want to try to mend this. All right? That was your call. Okay? But you need to fix this. All right? We're going on midnight almost. Okay? This is like being at a town council budget hearing, goodness, till 1 o'clock in the morning. All right? And that's the only time I've ever been there, 1 o'clock in the morning for the library. Thank you for those of you who are dedicated to this library. And thank you for the people that come out there and support the library. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're not done. We're allowed to speak.
Hi, my name is Linda Lampkin. I live at 4 Griffin Road. To the library staff and the people on the board, you are amazing people. I have spent 27 years of my life working in libraries, and nobody does it better than you guys do. Now, I have a few quick questions. One, if you have $80,000 in your budget, why is it not theirs? Why is it in your budget in a bank? Why is it not in theirs? Why are you guys holding on to money? I mean, I could see maybe 25 grand, but if you've got 80 grand and our library needs money, why do they have to? I get they need to ask permission. I get they need to come and ask you for it. They did that tonight. They came, and I'm sitting there and I'm listening to them say they need $6,400 for full programs. You're not giving them that money. So I'm over here confused going, they've already got the money. Why are they asking you guys? You're here to support them. You're here to be, you can make all the faces you want, but you're here to support them. You're here to be there for them. Why are you making it so hard on them? Why are you making it so hard on Aaron? Why are you making it so hard on the people who voted to put the money in for these two positions that, yes, you can sit there and say all you want, that paid time off is a benefit. It's not. It's part of New Hampshire's employment laws. It's not a benefit. A benefit is health insurance. A benefit is dental insurance. A benefit is anything outside of your paid time off. Thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you all for being here and doing what you do. I think we can all do better. And on that note, have a nice evening.
Sorry,
Linda Lampkin, 4 Griffin Road.
I won't take 3 minutes. I just want to provide some advice. So, Amanda Longo, 42 Forest Street. I'm literally here to talk about the contract the employment side of stuff. So, the state of New Hampshire, it is correct that PTO is not viewed as a benefit in the state of New Hampshire like it is in other states like Massachusetts and Vermont. In New Hampshire, it is entirely by a company policy. So all I leave you guys with today is whatever is in your employment policy is what you need to honor. And I really just want to caution you guys as a board where your language might say that you have at discretion whether you grant that to somebody or not. You're opening a can of worms and a major liability if you choose to, at your discretion, offer it to no one, like current staff have it. You have a new hire coming in. You decide at our discretion, we're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to give it to Carol, who just starts with us. Now you have unfair labor practice. So if you are going to do something about whether your discretion is to offer that benefit or not, you'd have to completely revise your employment policy and nix it for every part-time employee, which also is not going to probably go over very well in today's day and age. And don't usually recommend that to anybody from an HR standpoint. And so just something you should consider. Also, for something you should consider, New Hampshire Municipal Association does do regular salary surveys for municipalities. You have it at your fingertips to go ahead and grab that information, to do your own market analysis, but your market analysis should be done during your budget season. So what you have now is what you should be going off of for your salaries for new hires. But of course, when you're preparing your budget for next year, do your market analysis and make your adjustments then to your salary ranges. But what you have in place is what you should be honoring now, because that's what was put in place by, whether you know, it wasn't you guys, it was somebody else, that's fine, but that's what's in place now. So do your due diligence for the next time if you're not happy with it now. So that's all I got.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. Really